Morning. Larry Kump, former West Virginia delegate and current Republican candidate for the new 94th District. I've been saving stuff up for you.
We've been waiting for you there.
No. I had 4 things. I actually printed them out for you. I had 4 things, but actually I have 5 things, and the 5th is probably the most important. And the 5th thing is my congratulations and condolences to Councilperson Gokenauer for his birthday yesterday.
Thanks, sir.
I understand that now you're old enough you're going to be able to vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the way, the cake is from there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, you're very special.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I got some people that think that, some that don't, but that's okay.
People tell me I'm special all the time. I ride the short bus. The 4 issues that I wanted to talk to go in the printout, and I'll just briefly highlight it since you have the printout before you. And I think you're going to be taking action on this, but it's still important regarding election poll workers. Suggest that you increase that to the maximum amount allowed by statute.
I think we already have.
Okay.
Actually, Mrs. Malk is on the agenda next week to discuss that also in the 2 early voting polling places for your approval.
I know we increased it last year.
Yeah. So
Conservative.
Jefferson increased theirs this current primary, so
Yeah.
I already have the rehead. I met with Elaine on Monday, so we
Okay.
have that for your attention next week.
So you shouldn't have held stuff back because we're ahead of you, but keep going.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. Keep it going. In regard to county regional jails, and talked about this previously, which actually are state agencies, and you know about the burden that puts on counties, I suggest that you enact a formal resolution asking that regional jails be fully funded by the state. Now is the time to act upon that, and I think there's some support for that.
Yeah, and on that, I think Berkeley County is probably an example of the things that you need to do in alternative sentencing in order to qualify for the state to take over regional jail bill.
I think so too, and that's a concern I have, quite frankly, because other counties aren't taking the lead that Berkeley County has, and I hope that doesn't make a conundrum with the legislation, with legislators saying,
Right.
wait a minute, it's okay with Berkeley County us doing, but what about the other
I
counties?
understand. We don't have the money Berkeley County does, but keep in mind, we're about the 21st poorest county in the state. We just do more with less.
Well, and there's evidence that it doesn't cost that much to actually do it. What it does cost is it costs bridge money to get it started.
Right.
Right.
And so the state could give counties bridge money to get these programs started.
Right.
And then federal assistance to maintain those programs.
And even do them regional.
Yeah, but my pet peeve all the years is these are state agencies, and the county shouldn't have to pay the burden.
You're right.
We'll be looking for you to change this when you
Oh,
get
yeah,
in, if you get
absolutely.
in.
That is, in other words, that's an unfunded liability.
Yeah, and while we're on that, we can't keep having dialogue, but
I know.
Our check from the state is $75,000 a year for our courthouse.
Okay.
And it's a $50-some million building. So do the math.
Wow. I'd have to take my shoes off to do that.
Yeah,
Well, that doesn't even cover our heating bill.
right. That's just a mortgage payment on $50 million.
Oh, my God.
And that MOU is on your agenda for next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All righty.
And Delegate, before you go any further, we have spoke with the Secretary Sandy with the Department of Corrections, and we have offered our past experiences to be able to assist any other county that wants to be able to try and do some of these things as a partner with the state of West Virginia.
That's a tremendous suggestion. Because some of these counties don't have a clue as to where to start.
We can help get them started.
Okay, great. Third thing is Route 9, and I know you previously passed a resolution supporting Route 9. I think it's time to do it again with copies to the various people, including our federal representatives. And the reason I include that is because perhaps they could give us some grant money to help with that. But Route 9 is just a disaster. I don't have to be a dead horse over that. You know, I'm speaking to the choir. And the last thing is in regard to the waterfall and falling waters. Suggestion to make a formal resolution of support to create public access There's some things going on with that. I just think it would be helpful if you went on board with that in the resolution to the governor, Department of Horticulture and History Curator Randall Reed Smith, and so forth. I think it gives us an opportunity for some historical Civil War tourism, access to the river.
We're way ahead of you on that one.
I figured you would be.
We're way ahead of you.
Okay. Well, that would be it. I'm just glad
See,
we're all.
we read your mind, you never even knew it.
It's kind of scary. In fact, that's what the neighbor boys used to call me when they were 10 or 11. They used to call me Scary Larry,
Yeah.
not Biscuit.
Well,
I didn't
no,
know you the way we did.
in all honesty, thank you, because you're very active in our meetings, and that goes a long ways, and it's good to have this dialogue back and forth.
Well, that's one of my pet peeves. I think more legislators ought to be involved in their local county governments. In fact, in that regard, and I know you have the lobbyists, and I know you have the once-a-year meeting, but I really think that meeting with local legislators ought to be at least quarterly.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda for Thursday, June 30th, 2022, if there's no modifications or changes.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? I guess the first thing is happy birthday, Mr. Gokenhour.
Thanks, sir.
Any, no questions on the purchase order, no budget revisions, huh?
You didn't vote.
Oh, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's good for the senior to sit there and tell me I didn't do something.
I'm awake now. You asked me an hour from now.
All right, changes in status. We have change in status received from Jen Swisher for 911 Director for Katie McQuaid and Danielle Ray. They're going from trainees to telecommunicator one with a salary increase from $40,310 to $43,775 effective May 15th, 2022. Alan, are they still doing okay personnel wise? I know they lose some, they pick up some.
Yes, sir.
We're good.
They are doing well, and just to let you know, and I know this isn't part of the discussion. As you know, about a year ago, we started a pilot random drug testing program for our dispatchers, and Penny and the folks from Antietam Health and Jen have been working through that and got all the bugs worked out. Effective August 1st, we're expanding the pool of employees to be tested to include our home confinement officers and our court security officers.
Okay.
But
I'll be gone by the time y'all decide to council.
yeah. But yes, we're maintaining.
All right. All right, then we have change in status received from Randy Lilly, Emergency Service Manager for the following effective July 1, 2022. John Graham is going from firefighter 1 to firefighter 2 with a salary increase from $44,909 to $46,381. Philip, I go by Andy Martin, is receiving a salary increase for 7 years of service. His salary will go from $53,640 to $56,322. Rick Petrie is receiving a salary increase for 10 years of service. His salary will go from $56,332 to $58,012. Steve Schroyer is receiving a salary increase for 10 years of service. His salary will go from $68,169 to $70,214. Any questions on the change in status? We have minutes in the packet for June 16th, 2022. Councilperson Delier was not present. Anyone want to make a motion to approve those minutes?
Second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right, county council calendars. County offices will be closed on Monday, July 4th to celebrate Independence Day. Boards and commissions. We have, looks like 6 p.m. Region 7 workforce in Romney, West Virginia.
That was yesterday.
yesterday. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. All right, you have on Tuesday, the 5th, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater District, 6 p.m. Planning Commission, Wednesday at 4 p.m. Telemon. Any changes on boards and commissions? All right, we have quite a few canceled checks from the county clerks. Any questions on those?
These are just checks that, we're cleaning up for the fiscal year. We're trying to clean up the general ledger, working between tax office and finance to get some of these miscellaneous issues. That's all that is.
All right. We have stop payment check request from the county clerk's office. Any questions or concerns on those? Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good morning, Mr. Hess. You have a little bit of activity for us. Got some personal tax exonerations.
Yes, sir. We got 9 this morning. Need to get your approval on. They all for personal property, office error, for the reasons that's listed there. If you total them up, they come up to $1,347.38.
All right. We need a motion on the 9 personal property tax exoneration due to office errors.
Motion to accept the assessors.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, I was just looking at something real quick. All right. Thank you. Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to take note of the passing of Woody Williams. He was the Medal of Honor winner. He was
seen
the
that.
last surviving Medal of Honor winner from World War II.
Yeah, right here. He was here at
From
the,
West Virginia.
yeah,
And
at the
he
VA
died
Center.
At the Woody Williams VA Center in Huntington
Oh,
at 98 years old. So, true West Virginia hero.
all right.
Yes, he is.
So, when that passing.
How old was he?
98. I had a board of directors meeting of the Berkeley County Public Service Water District. They approved the final payment for the emergency generator installation at the river plant for $119,827.97.
So it never had a generator or just upgrade
Emergency, no, this is brand new. Brand new,
for the main plant?
yeah.
That's crazy.
They approved the pay application for the Woods Treatment Plant upgrade, $104,000. And I understand that the homeowners are trying to buy the golf course.
Then they would have sold it a long time ago.
Yeah. And I don't know what else they're trying to get. I think they want to give up, all the amenities that are drag on the PPP. Let the homeowners do it. They're working on easements for the the approval of construction phase engineering for the Pipeside Water Main project. And that was pretty much it.
Mr. Delier,
No, maybe.
Mr. Whitaker.
I didn't have any meetings, but we've been getting ready for the upcoming event on Sunday at the airport. Everything seems to be going into place with the excellent help of our state National Harmony guys that have been volunteering out there to get the place cleaned up, and Nick's been doing a great job. Did a little bit of work out there for him yesterday, so it's going to be a very good event this Sunday.
Good, good. I know it's well planned and
Mm-hmm.
they've been doing a lot of work.
Yep.
The committee and all. Mr. Gokenhour.
Yes, sir. Monday, we met on the master plan for Parks and Rec. It basically dealt with Lake Thomas and the development of the quarry, their West Quarry, being able to tie that walking path in with Frog Hollow and the loop getting back out to the War Memorial Park.
The city will retain ownership of the property, or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they own that.
Yeah. It's no longer used as a secondary water source?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
Are they planning on using that as a swimming place?
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that they're looking at trying to make, the main thing will be tying the walking path in. They're looking at perhaps on the north end where the quarry narrows down and opens back up to a smaller area, or perhaps a bridge across that to open up
Kind of like cable?
fishing, yeah, something of that nature. Fishing and just a view shed there, beautiful, you know, for pictures and whatnot. But there's all kinds of possibilities with scuba diving, paddle boats perhaps.
Okay.
That
No,
type
no
of
high diving or anything like that?
Only for you.
Okay. I
that-
can't dive anymore, but I can jump.
Help yourself.
Just don't put it on the shallow side.
But there was a lot of course that was on site and a lot of good discussion there. And then in the afternoon we went to Poorhouse Farm Park and talked about some areas in Poorhouse to just embrace and kind of expel or explode the opportunities out there. You know, moving a couple little things around perhaps, but we see that park works very well as it is. So we know the amount of use that it's getting, and there's people love it out there. So when we look at the new property next door, those opportunities, even to expand the bicycle off-road bicycle use, walking paths there, and the possibility of an amphitheater structure along with that opportunity, and a event building there. Maybe not huge, but
Right.
just have a structure there where folks could use on that side instead of trying to do something over on the other more historical side.
Did they know anything? Did they know anything about that historical? It's an old log home on that place, the new track.
It is, and it's very bad shape. I think the logs are really, from what I'm told,
Right.
bad shape.
Yeah.
And that may even be Chestnut, that building,
Could be.
you know, what's left of it.
It's so probably got some value to it.
It would, yeah. And then Monday evening, Landmarks Commission met. We discussed the Boyville wallpaper, and you know, Mr. Mann has been working through the National Park Service way to preserve and protect that wallpaper. So we gave him permission to cover the front wall where it's really deteriorating and just see how that goes. You know, how it's going to work out for not only him, but the preservation of that. So that's part of that discussion. And then we're very, very, very close on the MOU with the Morgan Cabin Association so that everybody gets to enjoy what they want to do there and still have the responsibilities that Landmarks has as the property owner. And not only at Landmarks, but I've also been in touch with the state. The state wants to replace the mill bridge on Giles Mill Road, right where that bridge is going around the mill.
You mean down on Bunker Hill?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They want to come down from the top. They want to kind of come down between some of the properties and tie back into Giles Mill Road itself, eliminating that particular bridge.
So, but it's got a switchback right there.
It does, yeah. And
I mean, coming up behind the mill, or?
no, it'll still be in front of the mill.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll be in front. But the Giles family has some ideas that they think will make it better. It will lengthen the road just a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it takes all the curbs out. So reached out to Lee Thorne to have that conversation with them, to at least hear their concerns. And Tuesday, the master plan switched to Sportsman's. We met until about lunchtime that day to discuss all those opportunities there and the challenges there, still really with the access. But Troy brought in a team to help lay this out, with different types of camping and areas for the folks who are coming there for the day to be able to enjoy, and then people who want to camp. So, but a lot of the success of that still lies on access, and we all know that's a challenge. And then yesterday evening, had a development authority meeting, which was somewhat brief, but that's about it.
What'd you do in your spare time?
Help Dan with a little issue.
Celebrated his birthday.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's right. Yeah.
We did that too.
Yeah, I was on vacation last week, so I have nothing to report on, not unless you want to hear about my grandson's trips. But Mr. Davis, we have a bid opening 10 o'clock for the RFP on fire alarm and fire sprinkler testing and maintenance.
Board and commission vacancies, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, board and commission vacancy, that we burned it up on that.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I'd like to reappoint Danny Gant to the Planning Commission. And in my motion to do that, there are times that he has to recuse himself because of his current employer does a lot of excavating and work, but still bring a tremendous base of knowledge to that board.
Yeah, that's one board that in years past didn't have any knowledge that needed to be on that board for the actual understanding how infrastructure is done.
Yeah.
And that's a huge asset. You have to have that. So, have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any other activity? All right. Now, Mr. Davis.
All right. Your 10 o'clock bid opening is for fire alarm testing and maintenance services needed for 10 county-owned buildings. The current contract is with Patriot Fire and Security out of Winchester, Virginia, in the amount of $6,450 annually, which when we opened and awarded that bid last year, it was lower than what we had been paying, and we even questioned the bid, and they assured us that it was a good bid and they knew what they were getting into. So although this is the first year of the contract with Patriot, we elected and they agreed that we would not be offering the customary extension for the first out year because of performance issues. They absolutely bid off more than they could chew and didn't realize how long it took to do the testing and what our expectations were. For example, in this building in the judicial center, we require testing to begin well before normal business hours because of the alarms going off and some of the smoke testing they have to do and things like that. So they actually did not even attend the mandatory pre-bid conference. The RFP, the original RFP was issued on June 3rd, 2022 and direct mailed to 6 qualified firms. We did issue one addendum on June 21st, 2022. The RFP was placed on our website and social media platforms. It was also advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. You do have certification publication on file and in your packet. We did hold a mandatory pre-bid conference on Monday, June 13th, 2022. We had 7 firms in attendance, which we were very, very pleased with the attendance. After I completed the administrative portion of the pre-bid, we did offer all participants the opportunity to go with Jack Lang and visit each building to inspect the various fire systems. Bids were due no later than 4:00 p.m. on Wednesday, June 29th, and we received 7 bids prior to the deadline. So
Number one. Tell me to mark on the bid itself.
Brewer and Company of West Virginia, out of Charleston, West Virginia, 11,205. 11,205. Huh? Brewer? Yeah, Brewer and Company.
they also have a local office.
Yeah.
They've been here for a while.
Premier Fire, number 2 is Premier Fire Protection Services out of Walkersville, Maryland, 12,861. 12,861. Bid number 3. Teleplus. Teleplus is Hagerstown, Maryland, and their bid is $15,528.57. Number 4 is BFPE, and they're out of Hanover, Maryland. $17,500. The next one is ARK Systems. They are out of Sprinkler. No, I'm sorry. Let's see. Columbia, Maryland. $7,524. $7,524. And
Here's number 6, I'm sorry.
huh?
Number 6.
Number 6 is Cornet Inc. out of Winchester, Virginia, 8,372.
All over the place.
Number 7, yeah. Number 7 is Noel's Fire Protection out of Williamsport, Maryland, 35,235. 35,235. Will, do you have everybody here that's going to be here?
Council, the petitioner, Philip C. McDonald, actually came into my office just a couple of minutes ago and withdrew his petition. So we're good. You've seen last
So
of me
you don't
today.
need a hearing then?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, but you were here for the state of Ruby B. James.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Can we get
Tracy?
Tracy over here?
Okay. Well, thank
Thank
you.
you,
Have a
Council.
good day. Enjoy your weekend.
Will we have 2 estates scheduled next week?
That's right. That's correct, Council. Both are petitions for a will and solemn form. I don't foresee them being voluminous and long by any means. They're just simply people who couldn't find the wills, and they have copies, and we're trying to admit the copies. So both of them are that.
And how's your old estates coming?
Old estates are coming well. We are in the process, as this council knows, trying to correct the curb which we've had, going on since really the early 2000s, where we have a means of documenting and kind of keeping in touch with these people who are handling these estates, but for one reason or the other, we just haven't been contacting them. Those estates are actually coming. I'm sure this council has noticed the volume of estates that we've been settling month to month has increased by a factor of 10. That being said, it is crucial and critical to understand why we're bringing back my predecessor, Maria Childers. We need to have documentation because some of these folks have actually settled their estates, and they were just for one reason or the other were never put on public record. We have no record of it. They have a receipt that they've paid for those settlements. So really what we do is we give them a waiver, they sign it, and we put that waiver on public record. Sorry for that. We don't charge them for that. But that's why I'm bringing Maria back, is that we have these boxes of unrecorded documents, and for her to sort through them and put what needs to be put onto the public record and kind of put those estates to bed.
I saw a few of those boxes the other day.
There's a few.
There are a couple.
Okay.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you,
Council.
Will.
We have Tracy Gilliam's coming over. In the meantime, we talked briefly about Sportsman's. Over the past month or so, we have gotten a number of calls from some of the residents down there about vandalism to our last remaining structure that we have down there. We did get quotes to take that down. United Records was the low quote. And we suspect probably by the end of the week, we were hoping to get it out of there before 4th of July weekend.
I think there's another little small structure beside that house too, just a real small,
Maybe. Well,
kind of
I'll
upstream, just a little bit, like a couple lots away.
Nick look at it. Also, the house that we own on Winchester Avenue, the one that we purchased for the entrance to the Inwood Park, the lease on that dwelling expires the end of July. So we also will be getting prices to demolish that structure in preparation for that park development. So we're working on that also.
All right. David Walker? Looking for David Walker. Is it David Walker here? No? Okay. Tracy's on her way, Penny? Okay. All right. All right, Tracy, we're gonna jump out and we'll run ahead. So Tracy Gillums, Grants Administrator, West Virginia DOH, fiscal year 22, non-traditional transportation projects. That would be a broad statement. So what's non-traditional about this grant?
Walking and bike path is a non-traditional
Walking and backpacking,
bike path,
bike path.
bike.
Okay,
Keep that in mind when you decide to go for your little ride on the weekend.
you know, I gotta get busy doing that. I haven't done it yet this
You're
year.
going for a non-traditional ride.
I'll let you call the missus and tell her.
This is a $300,000 maximum grant for planning, for design or planning, for a bike and walking path at Sportsman's Paradise. It's through the West Virginia Division of Highway, which is why they're calling it a non-traditional transportation, for a walking and bike.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
What's the duration? 12 months.
You have 12 months from the time of the award to complete the
The study.
design.
Mhm. design, I should say, I'm sorry. You need a direction to move forward with this grant application, or you need a motion to approve?
I need the permission to submit the application.
Okay, so
And we typically ask
for approval.
Tracy to come with all of our grants, but particularly when there's a match involved. This one does have a 20% match.
Okay. All right, entertain a motion to approve the grant application.
So moved.
Motion been made second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Tracy. Alan, I will have an executive session for a short period of time today for legal matters or potential legal matters. So,
So do we follow up? I mean, we've received a lot of money from FEMA to purchase them lots down there at Sportsman's and do what we do. Have we, are we in contact with FEMA to let them know the process of what we're moving forward with that property?
We really don't have a reporting requirement, and they've never even ever reached out to us. So,
And I get that, but I would think that that would give them a much better feeling about helping us in the future if they see what we're doing with property that they helped us purchase. If we were able to have some
I
communication.
assume our old FEMA contract is still around. I can reach out
well,
to him.
it's in the deed. A lot of that stuff's in the deed, isn't it?
The limitations are, yeah.
Right.
And I get that, but
It's annually.
my thought is for them to actually see that we're actually doing something and turn it into something that's going to be better for the community and repurposing that property as opposed to just letting it grow
And
back.
they may come down and periodically inspect it, because there aren't any violations. We would probably not even know, but we can reach out to them.
Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. All right.
Stevie K? Yeah.
All right, we're back in session. Next agenda item is board and commission interview with Charles David Walker, candidate for the LEPC board. Good morning, Mr. Walker. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Doing great. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to serve on the board.
So I am the newly hired Deputy Director at Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority. I've been there now for 3 months, and so I've been participating with the LEPC in recent meetings, and I saw it necessary for us to contribute our resources and what we can offer to the community as being a member of the LEPC.
Okay. And are you just moved into the area?
Yep, just moved in actually in the middle of March. I moved up here and began my job.
Okay. Where'd you move from?
I actually moved from Charleston, West Virginia. I'm
Okay.
originally from Huntington, graduated from Marshall University, and then made the journey up here.
Well, good. I mean, it's a much better place than Charleston, right?
No, not even close. It's gorgeous up here, I'll tell you that much right now.
All right. So, all right, Mr. What we'll do, we'll just go around the council here, and they'll have some questions for you. And
Sure.
okay, Mr. Barnhart, you're up.
What's your connection with Joe Manchin?
So I actually worked for him before I took this job at EPTA. I worked out of his Charleston office. I worked as part of his constituent services team. So it was just helping folks every single day. It was actually, up to 150 folks a day almost. He expected a lot out of us, and we certainly wanted to, bring that to the table to the folks who want to begin with.
So your experience with Joe Manchin and of course working for the Transit Authority pretty much clues you into what the LEPC is doing.
Absolutely. I understand the importance, and like I said, I've been going to some of their meetings, even participating in recent tabletop exercises, they call it, and so I've really gotten to see the importance of that, to be ready and prepared, and then also on the side of EPTA, the importance of safety and security and everything that we do every single day to make sure folks can go home to their families.
I was on the LEPC when it started, and it was then concerned about what the industries had on site because the fire company needed to know.
Yeah.
It's gotten much bigger now, much more involved.
That was 40 years ago.
Pretty close. Just about.
Most of us weren't even born then.
I've been doing this for 50 years. So, thank you for applying. And,
Absolutely.
Mr. Delier.
I'm up. Well, thanks for.
take the ball and roll with it.
Okay, we'll roll with it or slide it on over or whatever we need to do. Thanks for your interest to start with. Were you involved in any boards where you lived previously?
So not in Charleston. While I was going through college, I did work for a local retail store, and I took the opportunity to join as a member of Downtown Huntington Partners and represent the retail company that I work for there. But that's really the only one that I've served on so far. So, of course, coming into this job, I'm working on several different committees, but when it comes to county boards or anything like that.
Okay. Well, thanks for your interest, and it sounds like a good fit. So
Thank you.
appreciate you putting your hat in here.
Mr. Wicker.
I get to see Charlie here about once a month at Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority meeting. So he jumped in and took a drink from a fire hose from there. So he's keeping things pretty straight there. So thank you.
Mr. Gokenhour.
Let me first say, welcome to Berkeley County. And you're very well spoken. And I think with the skill set that I have detected already, that you would be a great addition to them. I'll also tell you that the LEPC and the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority has had a great relationship in the event of emergencies and we needed mass transportation. they've always stepped up along with the school system. So it is a great partnership. So, thank you for applying, and we'll see where that lands.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Walker, it's, as everyone has spoken and said already, thanks for applying. I have to agree with Councilperson Gokenhour. You seem like you're a perfect fit for something like this. Very well spoken. It appears that you have some connections. The only thing I see bad about your application is that first reference of Nick Deal. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Really
That one kind of caught me off
kind of
guard.
hinders you there a little bit, but no, thanks for getting involved. And you're a young man, and very seldom you see that. And we always say up here, what got us here isn't what's going to keep us here. So we got to have some young, fresh minds that's willing to step up and take on the next generation. So thank you, and thank you for making Berkeley County your home.
Thank you. And thank you for the welcome, the very warm welcome. You all have been very, very kind, and everyone else I've met has been very kind. So.
Yeah, well, West Virginia is good people.
Absolutely.
As you know.
Absolutely. One in the state to the other. That's for sure.
Yeah. So, all
Can't get
right.
much further from Huntington than to here, can
That's true. It's quite a drive,
Yes,
but
it is.
it's good. So,
All
Driven
right.
it several times.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see, we're still ahead, and I don't want to start this public hearing too, well, I guess we can, because we got plenty of,
We could give you a little bit of background.
Yeah.
Before you open the public hearing.
yeah, okay, go ahead and give us background, Mr. Davis.
As the council's aware, several weeks ago, Dave Irvin, who's the chairman of the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority Board, and Brian Costello, who is the director, appeared before the council with a presentation regarding the ambulance authority's activities over the past several years, an analysis of their expenses, as well as projections for not only current service needs, but also future service needs. At that time, the council directed me to set a time for public hearing, which we did. You'll have two public hearings today, one at 11 o'clock and one at 6 o'clock p.m. The public notice, the public hearing notice was placed on your website, as well as the various social media platforms. We also ran a Class 1 legal ad in the Martinsburg Journal, which appeared on Wednesday, June the 15th, 2022. You do have certification of publication on file and in your packet. I didn't know if you wanted Mr. Costello to come up.
I
and
will
just
have
give
Mr.
you
Costello come up.
Maybe
Yep.
a brief summary of why we're here today.
Brian, are you expecting Dave or anybody else?
I was expecting Dave.
Oh, you are?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay,
But I was more than happy to get started.
yeah. Anyone, let's do it this way. Anybody in the room that would like to speak, you can sign up.
Yeah.
I will only ask I'll ask who's all from the same subdivision. And I'd like for you to limit, I don't want a repeat of everybody in the same subdivision trying to say the same purpose, but we absolutely respect what you have to say. But we'll get started on that here before long. You have Mr. Davis, as we always talk about, you have certification of publication for the public hearing, right?
Yes, sir. It's on file and in your packet.
Okay. You need IT? You gonna need IT up here? Penny, you wanna see if anybody from IT? Just in case.
So the presentation's connected, it's not here.
Do you have the app?
Mr. Urban will not be here. Unexpected doctor's appointment.
Working now, it's- so, yeah, that's all right.
You've probably seen Dr. Gokin now.
He could be.
Just that image disturbs me.
Huh?
Dr. Gokenhour, just that image disturbs me. Waking up and seeing Dr. Gokenhour get ready to do a procedure.
I took my last one. You start off with 6, 5, 4. Took my last one yesterday. I get better results with aspirin.
Oh, is that right?
But I can't take too much more of that.
You ready, Brian?
I am,
All
sorry.
right, all right, entertain, all right. Here today, we're here to start the public hearing for the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority proposed fee increase. So I'd like to have a motion to open up the public hearing.
So moved, Mr. President.
Have a motion on the floor and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Okay, we have with us today the Director of the Emergency Ambulance Authority, Brian Costello. So Brian, tell us a little bit why we're here today.
Okay. A few weeks ago, we came before the council, had a pretty well expanded brief of where we were financially, things that are going on, the request, how our service requests have jumped numerically over the last few years, and what we think we need to do moving forward, not only the next couple years, but we're also looking 5 years down the road and things like that. As I said, pretty expansive brief then. We've kind of condensed it down for this piece here. But this is in fact our cover page to kind of show you a little bit of where we were and where we are today on transporting folks. And I know Councilman Gokenhour gave us a lot of history on that unit there from South Berkeley at that time. You go on to the next slide, please.
Not that he's trying to date you or anything.
No, he did. He gave us a lot of good information.
All right.
As we told you then, we developed a strategic planning committee that started to look at a lot of things that we're doing in the Ambulance Authority. One of the key things we looked at was our mission statement there. We believe that our folks can rally around that as far as what they do and what their jobs are about, and gives them something very broad. But as you can see, our mission statement is to provide exceptional emergency medical services within Berkeley County, utilizing teamwork, innovation, technology, and training to create favorable outcomes and provide immediate life-saving interventions. As we all know, emergencies happen. Our family will be here caring for yours. So that's something that's kind of the rally point for our folks. Next slide. Then we gave you guys a history of how the Ambulance Authority fees and the ambulance fee was established there by West Virginia State Code, and when those fees changed and how much they've changed over a number of years. Key points there, as you can see, the last fee change here was 2011. And at that time, we were running half as many calls as we are today. So if you say you're doing twice as much with the same amount of money, that'd be a fair statement.
How many ambulances did you have then and then?
I think the number then, as far as on the road, or are you talking about in the fleet?
In the fleet?
In the fleet, I think we've stayed around 13 continuously, but the number has increased as far as what we've had on the road. Originally, we had, back around 2010, we had 4 ALS ambulances on the road, 3 running out of 9-6, 9-7, and 9-8, which is north, central, and south. And then we had an additional 12-hour unit that ran out of the central. We've since expanded into 12 hours in Beddington, 12 hours in Back Creek Valley. We have an additional 24-hour unit that's running out of Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Station. So there's quite a bit that's gone up Personnel numbers are going up as well. Of course, call volume's going up. But
One thing I want to add to that, Brian, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may, is one of the things that people don't understand is when your population, some people will say, well, this is a contribute to the growth. Well, when your population increases, your fee consumption of bringing in the fee, naturally your revenues go up. But it doesn't factor in any inflation rate. None, right? And Brian, I'm sure you'll get into where in 2011 where an ambulance cost to where it costs today, they doubled.
yes,
right?
sir.
So everything to provide the service has more than doubled. And if I recall, even back in 2011, the rate increase in 2011 was asked for, but wasn't given 100% of what was being asked.
That's correct. In 2011, they had asked for a $15 increase. They were originally provided with a $5 increase. In April of that year, they came back 2 months later and said, hey, let's make an adjustment, and we'll make it $10, which was ultimately that went in. And I think there was a provision in there. Originally, they were going to do away with the free ride for the BLS. And when they came back in July, said, hey, we'll do the $10 increase, but we want to keep that BLS free ride in there. And of course, you'll see my side note there, how that has changed as well.
So right now, in 2022, the ambulance authority has eaten the difference on the inflation rate that's been compounded for the last 12 years.
There's been a lot of changes to our billing and ways that we could bill that didn't affect those folks that we service. One of those things is known as the Safe Harbor Act. And what that did is we spent 2 years lobbying our congressional leaders to say, hey, we receive an ambulance fee, and other places they call it membership fees and things like that. And for that, we give them a service. At that time, we were giving free BLS. And we looked at that and we were giving away $400,000 to $600,000 a year in service under this program. So Congress came out with the safe harbor and said, okay, here's what we'll allow you to do. This normally violates federal law to bill the insurance company for that BLS ride and only take what the insurance gives you. Normally, that would violate the federal false claims and anti-kickback statute. But what they said is we will allow you as a governmental agency, not private industry, but as a governmental agency, because you charge this ambulance fee, we will allow you to bill that insurance only, take what the insurance pays, and then don't pursue the client for the co-pays or deductibles that would come along with that if those were due. So that has been one of the things that has also helped buy us some time to not be where we are today.
So basically what you did was, you found other ways,
Yes,
right, to offset the inflation. You've run in leaner, right?
Yes,
We
sir.
always say we do more with less,
Yes.
right? So, okay, go ahead.
Okay. And that's that special note down there talks a little bit about the anti-kickback statute. I'm sorry, about the Safe Harbor Act and what it was able to do for us. I'm not going to go through that again. This is a side-by-side comparison about how the county's budget has grown based on growth and things here, and how the ambulance authorities has pretty much matched that growth based on the service and need. Next slide, please. This is just a list of some of the enhancements and what we call agency noted achievements, so that folks know that, we're working and continuously doing things to be the best we can possibly be. If not, you stay stagnant. Some of the enhancements that we've done in the organization is a super, Zoll cardiac heart monitors that allow us to look at so much more in the pre-hospital setting.
And that goes to the hospital en route.
Yes, sir. We can Bluetooth that to the hospital so they know what they've got coming in. Lucas automated CPR devices. We know that any one of us in this room, you could be a gym rat, but you do about 2 minutes of good CPR and then you start to fall off. These machines do high quality CPR 45 minutes before a battery needs to be changed and never lose the quality of CPR with patients, increasing a better outcome of return of spontaneous consciousness. And I think 2 years ago, they were voted the Employee of the Year. That's how good they were. But then we have our Zoll ventilator CPAPs. This is something new that also has future growth, is when you, I mean, CPAP is a wonderful thing when you have a respiratory issue to help turn those things around, but that option to have that ventilator as well is when we have to intubate that patient who's suffering that cardiac arrest, and we need to secure that airway. We can also use that ventilator to provide that oxygen. So if you've got a machine doing CPR, that requires less manpower. If you now have a ventilator that's doing the manual respirations for that patient, ventilating that patient, that takes out manpower. So you're not tasking additional EMS units or fire units, because these guys are out there with us too on those cardiac arrests. We've gone to the cot power lift system, which has drastically reduced our back injuries to our people, and it's helped out a lot. Our automated charting system cuts down on our downtime of waiting, doing paper charts and things at the hospital. That too can also be transitioned electronically. We've done a build of a new central station at 9-7 and a renovation in the south end at 9-8 to do expansions so that we can grow the amount of crews servicing those areas. And then internally in our office, we've gone to a new billing software that allows us, we heard a lot from the public talking about, hey, it takes so long to capture growth. That, how does that affect us? Well, we've gone out, we've worked with the county IT to develop a program that gets us real-time information that we can capture that growth as it goes. Some of our agency notes to tell you the kind of quality of people that you have out there doing this job. This is the 5th year that they've been a Gold Plus Achievement Award winner by the American Heart Association in Cardiac Care. Just to give you an idea of all the counties in the state, we are one of 2 that have met that standard. Okay? Twice the top U.S. team in international trauma competition. You're talking about taking what you do here and see how it applies against other people from countries in Europe. And Slovenia, the UK, other Niagara, Canada, other countries within the United States. Our folks were very fortunate to be selected as the face for a recent fentanyl video, and how fentanyl, we as healthcare providers don't always think about how the fentanyl can, bother us. Everything is, the hand sanitizer is a big thing these days, right? If you use that hand sanitizer and come in contact with fentanyl, that increases the absorption of that fentanyl into your body. So we're doing things that we would normally do at our own hindrance. So we decided to pair up with the Department of Justice on a national level and be part of a video with other law enforcement agencies and things to put out to healthcare providers to say, hey, we need to be aware of what we're doing and what we need to look for. We're also been one of the top in developing statewide protocols for the state of West Virginia. Our training department, I'll tell you, is second to none in this state. Okay, and we graduated the first ever advanced EMT course recently that's that next level between a straight EMT and our paramedics. So we have a lot of folks that say, hey, I want to learn more, I want to do more, I want to be available to more. So that's kind of the highlights of some of the things we've been doing. Now we get into some of the meat and potatoes. What you see here, and that you've seen before, is a year-by-year comparison of what insurances pay our agency and what our patient billings are. And I'm going to try to, we could throw a lot of numbers, but really what it comes down to is this, is if any of us is seen by a doctor or physician, we receive an explanation of benefits. And in there it says, this is what the doctor charged you, this is what your insurance company allowed for that charge, this is what we've had to write off, and this is what your responsibility is, or your copay, or whatever. I always tell this story. Imagine if you're a retail sales or some sort of business that someone comes to you with $500 worth of product to purchase, but only has to pay you $250 of that product or less. You will go out of business very quickly if you don't have the way to make up that difference. And this really shows how that stopgap works and how it's worked throughout the years there. This is public information that people can look at, and as you can see, That ambulance fee really acts as that stopgap for us. When you receive about 49% of your revenues or your cost from the insurance company, you have to make up that other 50 to 53%. Next slide. And this really gets into the household service fee. It talks about how our growth has been under what we call the billable accounts. As you can see, back in 2015-16, there was little over 39,000 billable accounts. We're now well over 45,000 and growing. Usually we see about 85% pay through the first time, and usually you'll get between 98 to 100% of what you anticipated at the base level. But as you can see, there's really not a whole lot left. When you look at that bottom number, on average, you may, after you've set your budget and based on collection, you might have $69,000 that would carry over into your next budget year based on what you're doing. Next slide, please. Once again, this just kind of puts all the pieces together, shows the amount of business that we did. We'll just highlight last year, 2020, 2021, the Ambulance Authority did over $5.288 million worth of service. The insurance paid over $2.9 million of that. The difference between what was paid and what we call that allowable allowance was over $2.247 million that we required to write off. That was offset by $2.6 million in the ambulance fee, and that would be a difference of about $423,000. When you look at the cost of an ambulance, just an ambulance, no equipment, no supplies, over $268,000 right now. That's not really a big deal. So how do we compare to other counties? We did a comparison here of the Eastern Panhandle counties of Berkeley, Morgan, Hampshire, Hardy, Mineral, Grant, and Jefferson as to where their fees are and who they are assessed to. As you can see there, Grant has an ordinance pending. The only thing that's keeping it pending is they're determining whether to do levy, because as we know, you cannot have a levy and a fee simultaneously. So they're still pending. They've been that way. As you can see, we are the cheapest up there, and everybody looks and says, hey, well, what are we compared to Jefferson County? Well, Jefferson County has a combined fee that ranges between $50 and $33,400. But they take an additional $4 million out of the general funds of the county to run that organization. Their projected budget for 2023 is well over $6 million, almost 6.9, and they're requesting 2.6 million in this year in addition to that. Now, moving right along. So what does the data tell us? What must we do going forward? Well, we stuck with the big three. We need to include a basic life support unit in the north end of the county and a basic life support unit in the south end of the county. And what that does is allows our 911 center to delineate from the information being provided them, I want to make sure I get the right resource on that target as need be. As you know, we've been all ALS for a long time until recently. And we started this model of BLS in the center of the county.
This is immediately.
We're talking immediate needs now, yes, sir. Mm-hmm. So when you look at the number of personnel.
Brian, there is other plans for in the future.
Oh, yeah. We have a 5-year plan.
In the near future.
Yes, 5-year plan. We're looking to expand out west, out in the Mountain Lake Road area. That would be like the late 2 years from now, because we're seeing a need to get out in that area. Like I said, but what's telling us right now is where that immediate need is today is in that north end because of growth, and in the south end out there. There are some of the costs associated with what we're looking at right now, and that in order to make that happen in the north end, we have to look at some sort of renovation or construction or joint project with other public safety agencies. Maybe they have something on their books that we partner up on and get together to reduce the cost to everyone to get what we need in those areas. And you can see those costs. So moving on to our proposal, we offered 3 proposals for the county. I guess they all come to one thing. It's my understanding from the legal aspect that the county has the right to say, hey, we will approve this number but you also have the right to determine how we get to that number. We can't put future stuff on other people. So that's why we offered 3 proposals here. Proposal 1 was to set the dollar amount and phase it in over 4 years, set the dollar amount, phase it in over 3 years, or set the dollar amount and go from there. So those are the 3 proposals that we're proposing today. And then, of course, just to give you, they say a picture says 1,000 words. This is it right now. Early morning, late afternoon. These were not staged. These photos were taken by agencies from the media that rode with us. You can see 4 ambulances and a supervisor unit one time, 5 ambulances and a supervisor unit another time. This is becoming common practice.
And this is because the hospital, you have to wait until the patient is handed off to the hospital.
That is correct. We are responsible for that patient care until that patient is either put into triage based on information provided, or a nurse accepts that patient in the room. We are finding more and more today that we're having to do treatments in the hallway of that hospital. But we have worked with the staff, and as you know, our medical director, Dr. Mike Lodner, who I believe is now at the number 2 spot in that hospital, said, hey, let's get some time frames. We got to get these people in the room because we got to turn these units back around so that they can service the rest of the county.
Do we know of any expansions planned for the hospital in Berkeley County?
We haven't heard anything right now. I know they're working through a couple really big things, but we have not heard anything as of yet on our side.
And I know they're short-staffed.
Yes, sir.
So expansion, how do you handle that with short staff already? But it sounds to me like it's obviously time for expansion.
Yeah, when you grow, your hospital and healthcare has to grow as well.
I understand.
Yeah. And the last thing we have here is there's always that question of what authorizes this, what gives the county, the Ambulance Authority Board, and what is their power to ask for this fee and have it raised, and we just wanted to include that in your packet. This is a portion of the state code, Article 715, Emergency Ambulance Service Act of 1975, that talks about how you do the user fee, how it's imposed, and how it's labeled, and any questions pertaining to that. At this time, I'll take any questions from the council that they may have.
Brad, real quick, just so the audience knows, let's talk about 11 years ago, I believe the ambulances was slightly over $100,000. Now they're $240,000 plus.
Yes, sir. And that's just the ambulance. That has nothing to do with cots, equipment, supplies, nothing. That's just an ambulance that can drive back to the station. The last ones that we were very fortunate, as you know, we worked a deal with and said, hey, we're going to pay you up front. And we were able to get on front of that inflation increase on these last 2 that we just got. And that saved the citizens somewhere in the neighborhood of about $21,000 an ambulance, because that was the cost difference between when we ordered and paid and when that unit came in. But today you're looking at about $265,000 just for the ambulance.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have questions for Brian? All right. All right, so what we're here to do today is to hear comments from the public. We would like not to drag this out tremendously, so if you're here from the same subdivision or you're wanting to do something of that nature, just if you would just say that you're here and you feel the same way. I don't want to cheat you out on any time. Feel free to do whatever you want, right? We are here for the Ambulance Authority on their fee structure, and you can hear what the director said, Brian Costello. The fee increases are needed so they still be functional, and it's because of inflation. To give you an idea, and we're going to get right down to business here, is when I got here in 2011, we was doing building constructions for the sheriff's office for $78 a square foot. Today, our construction costs us $350 a square foot. All right, and the fuel, as we all know, we go to the fuel pumps, we're paying 3 times more for fuel than what we were 2 years ago. So the first one on the list is James Keith.
Doug, can we ask them to, in the beginning, to at least state their thought process, that whether they're for or against?
Absolutely.
And then give us the explanation and thought process.
You're
so
right,
that-
and I've already got my chart ready to go.
Okay.
So, all right, James.
I'm here today to look at this for the people that have fixed income. There's no place in there that says there's a reduction for people for their years or something like that. There's an exemption for the house,
Homestead exemption.
homestead exemption, things like that. There's a exemption for the stormwater management for our billing. There's a slight reduction in it. So I was looking for something to help the people that are fixed income. I know the inflation's went up. My dollar does not go as far as it used to. I'm on fixed income. So I would just like to find out if there's a way to help these people that is on fixed income to kind of a little reduction or something on the ambulance.
All right.
Now I am for it. I know we need the services and stuff. I'd still like to see a reduction for.
Okay. All right. Thank you, James. All right. I'm gonna try to read everybody's writing, and I may pronounce your last name wrong too. It looks like Joe Bastonut.
I got Joe Bag of Donuts.
It looks like B-A-G or S-A-D-O-N-U-T-S. Second one that signed up. Okay. Deborah. All right. Thank you. You know me well then.
Hi, I'm Deborah Lopez. I live in the Woods subdivision, and
We're at
the
a
Woods subdivision.
Okay.
I strongly support your increase. I think you should increase it. It's in the proposal that shows the immediate increase. I think our paramedics and EMTs are not well underpaid. However, I do have concerns about Western Berkeley County. Western Berkeley County is far-reaching, includes many, many homes, and there is Station 70, which has been privately funded and sat empty for many years. So I'd urge you to reconsider how soon you can address the needs of Western Berkeley County.
Okay, all right, thank you. And as you all know, in the Woods Resort, Councilperson Gokenhour has been working with you all on that. In the Woods Resort, you know, Councilperson Gokenhour has been working with you all on that, and myself even, behind the scenes more so, I think Eddie will say that, has been trying to work on that with the Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Department and all that stuff. Publicly funded and built, privately, I'm sorry. But you know, it's also controlled by the Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Station.
I did want to add also, I know there's a big emphasis in EMT training at this point, and funds are being received for that. And I think the Station 70 is expansive, pristine, and would be a great training center for new EMTs that are coming up the line. So
Yeah, all right,
another option for us.
thank you. All right, Tom Ketchel? And if you would, like we said, maybe state the area of the county you're from, if you would, please.
From the Woods section.
Okay,
I'd like to make a statement as far as the response time.
just
From-
1 second, what?
We have others that would like to be added to the list.
Okay. Sorry about that. All right, Tom.
The response time from the Hedgesville Fire Station to the Woods section takes at least 15 to 20 minutes to get to the fire station that's in Mountain Lake Road. And then another 10, 15, 20 minutes to get up to the woods. I can't emphasize more, the response time is crucial. I used to be on a fire department in New Jersey, and we had to respond quickly, because with traffic and everything, you'd never know what's going to happen. So I'd like to see that we get the manned station on Mountain Lake Road so that the response time is much less.
Okay, thank you.
Is that for or against?
You're for increasing the fee, is that correct? For. Yes. All right, Larry D. Kump.
Thank you, Larry D. Kump. I am from the Potomac Hills subdivision in northern Berkeley County. And I suppose I'm technically opposing the fee as proposed. I have a suggestion how to change that. But I do want to make a statement real quickly about the mission statement, about the exceptional service, and I have to concur that that is the situation. My wife is disabled and deteriorating. We've had to use the ambulance service. I cannot say enough good about the service we've received. I also understand the inflation, as we all do. However, I would make two suggestions on the fee structure. One is that, as Jim said earlier, I would suggest we use the homestead exemption fee process to reduce the fee for those who make that qualification, as you did on the stormwater tax fee. Secondly, I would suggest, in order to keep the fee as low as possible, that the ambulance authority be given subsidy from the Berkeley County Council to keep that fee as low as possible.
All right. Mary Lawrence Melvin.
Hi there. Thank you for being here today and listening to our concerns, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that served us so well. I'm also from the woods, but I'm speaking from a different perspective. I think that the woods is changing to a more affordable opportunity for people to live, and therefore we now have a lot of school-age children. As you can see, we now have school buses running through the woods that we did not have 3 years ago. So the demographics are changing. I am in favor of the increase. I like proposal number 3 because I think it gives us more money on the short term to give us additional services in the short term. I'm also in favor of trying to get Mountain Lake Road more staff. And if there's a way that I can support you all in that, in a committee or some sort of planning or analysis, I understand the cost of doing business, and it's more expensive to do things now than it used to be. I also understand those that are on limited income. So if there is a way to do a demographic analysis for those who their values of their homes or their incomes or their tax assessment is a certain value than those that it is not, then perhaps we need to adjust things so that those that receive the care get the care, and it's more of a balanced approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. And one of the things that, and I'm just going to speak for myself, and if anybody else wants to add to it, the only thing that I'm not saying I wouldn't be in favor of the homestead credit, but the reason why they have credits on the other things, like the MS4 stuff that's mandated from the federal government, is because it really, because of the income. But in my opinion, on the ambulance fee, it seems like the older we get, the more we need the service, right? So it's kind of hard for me to say, okay, if I'm gonna give the seniors that's going to use the service more a discount, it's a little, somebody's going to have to convince me that that's a good move, right? And the other thing, just real quick, and I'm not going to get dialogue, but Larry, when we get done, I'd like to talk to you about how we can do things. But one of the things that we've been talking about to be able to offset some of our costs throughout the county. First of all, we're set up by statute that we can only charge so much in taxes, right? And we're set up in statute that we got to fund certain agencies. But one of the things that hinders our ambulance and our public safety, not only ambulance, but sheriff's department and fire, is Interstate 81, which we're blessed to have Interstate 81, right? That's why we grow and that's why we keep costs down. But those people get free service. To where if we, had a way to collect them, which we always have in our mind how to do that, is why we're doing what we do. And one of the things that's really, really important, because I didn't understand it before I got elected, and if we increase the tax rate, which this council's done a good job in decreasing your tax rate twice. We increase it slightly once, we decrease it twice. Your taxes go up because your property values are going up. But if we increase taxes and done that, and rather than a fee, we have to charge you 4.5 times for every dollar that you pay in a fee, because the school board gets 82% of our tax structure. Okay? Nothing to say about the school board. It's a huge organization. And I'll say one other thing real quick. Frederick County, Virginia School Board has twice as much money per student as we do in Berkeley County. Right? Twice as much. So with that said, that's why we do fees, because if we added it to your taxes, for every dollar we'd have to charge you $4.50. All right? Okay. Larry Lamott, please correct me, Larry, and state it on the record so we make sure that we have it correct, please.
It's Larry Lamott.
Lamott.
Yes, and I'm from the Woods section too. And first off to say that in favor of proposal number 3. I think that we have some questions, and we really want to have Station 70 be totally full for service for the western part of Berkeley County. One of the issues that we have was mentioned earlier with regard to response time. It's one of we do not live there permanently, but we would like to. But the biggest impediment for us living there permanently is the fact that if we need emergency services for a stroke, or for cardiac, or whatever it is, the likelihood of survival is decreased because it takes so much time to get an ambulance there. And that is one of the critical reasons why we have not moved, even though we're retired now. And that is, I don't think that I speak by myself. So that was one consideration that we are here today, because we'd like to move here. But it's not worth our lives in that case. So that's our primary consideration that we have. There's lots of other issues that we could go into, but I think that's the primary thing. And because it's, getting up and down Route 9 these days, go west, is harder and harder, and makes more traffic congestion, comparable to what you would see in the urban area. So hopefully you'll take it under consideration and that fully fund Station 70 so that all of western part of the county, and it's growing like mad, and you all know that, will have the kind of service that people need. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Cooper.
I returned to West Virginia after a 20-year Coast Guard career because Maryland's aviation program, I flew for them, and their program was based around the golden hour. Get somebody to the hospital for advanced care within an hour, you got a good chance to save their life. And so I realized that we need to have a unit out there in West, in 9. We actually, the group we have I'm not in the woods, but part of it helped furnish that for overnight stays for crews. About 3 or 4 years ago, the pandemic hit and didn't do it, but so the facilities there have been fun. I also support your fee increase. Might as well do it now. We did get a little bit of a cost of living raise in return. So I'm for the re-increase. Do it now, get ahead of the game, and take the benefits earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Lee Conlon?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for listening to us this morning. First, I am in favor of the increase, and I reside in the woods, but I'm speaking from a little different perspective. I'm also the council chair of the Hedges Chapel, and the chapel, along with several other entities, has put money into preparing the facility that we now have so that we can support 24-hour service there. My wife is chronically ill, and she has been transported on several occasions, so response time is very important. And I think the other point we'd like to make, particularly about not just the woods, but the surrounding area there with Sleepy Hollow, the other side of 9, is that when we were developed, originally it was, summer cottage kind of the community with probably a 20% year-round occupancy and an 80% vacation kind of place. And that's almost totally reversed.
The secret got out about how nice West Virginia is, isn't it?
That's correct. We're Marylanders, and we love it here, and we're here till the end. But the point is exactly that. It's an economical place to live, and it's just absolutely beautiful. For those of you who go into the woods community, you turn onto the entrance to the golf course, you're looking up at the mountains, and it's just nothing more beautiful. That being said, response time is, of course, my biggest concern for my wife's health. So again, thank you, and thank you, service.
Are you for option 1, 2, or 3? Are you?
I would say 3.
Okay. All right, one other thing, since we have so many people from the Woods Resort, and I don't mean anything by this statement, but I think that you need to understand that the Station 70, from what I understand, was funded a large portion of that to construct it and to renovate it from the Woods Resort and other community areas back there, right? But please understand that the county council does not own that property. That's property of Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Station, okay? So we try to do our best. We try to do what we can do. And I think some of y'all, last time we probably talked to them was 1.5 years ago, something about that with fire and ambulance both. So we're trying to do what we do to assist y'all, because I'm in Back Creek Valley, so I'm not too far from you. My wife and I go back to the restaurant and eat dinner once in a while. And I'm glad you said Sleepy Hollow, because Sleepy Hollow is just as big as the Woods Resort. All right. And there's a lot of people living back there, and I agree with you. It's one of the things that's happened over the years. We have to focus on where the call volume is naturally, but yet we also cannot discount the response time. We got to think about how long it takes to get the ambulance to you and get you to the hospital, right? So you look like you got something to say.
Well, does Hedgesville Fire Department have monthly meetings?
Yep.
So I'd like to know how many of these people go to those monthly meetings to express your concerns, because, obviously, I appreciate everybody coming in here and talking about the thought process, and we've talked about this, the time to Hedgesville many times, but, the decision lies on Hedgesville Fire Department, and
Did they come under Berkeley County Emergency Services?
What's that?
Nah,
Comes under Berkeley County?
not the volunteers.
Right, the paid fire staff does.
The volunteer, and Eddie, you can speak to this more than anybody. The volunteers don't answer to anybody at all.
So there's nobody paid in Hedgesville at all?
There is. They answer to us. Paid staff is 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday, at all the main stations.
Daytime.
They're our employees, and to let you know, Larry, and I know you stay on top of things, but for us to have paid firefighters in 5 of the stations, with it was never designed to do that with our funding, right? Never in the state of West Virginia. Matter of fact, Eddie was, and councilperson Bill Stubblefield was the one that went after that, right? So we're the only one, or was the only one, I don't think there's anybody else yet, that has, which we have a combination fire department. And all that credit, a lot of that credit goes to councilperson Gokenhour. We have,
Volunteer meetings open to the public?
yes, sir. All meetings are open to the
I
public.
don't know where we're going. I've lived there for 15 years.
Yeah.
And that's my purpose, and I don't want to start a whole dialogue here.
Right.
I just want to make sure everybody understood that there is monthly meetings, and that board is the one that's going to determine whether or not to open that station.
And then,
They're not public.
okay. What, do you know, remember what day the meetings are? Okay. Well,
Different.
Point of clarification, so the Berkeley County Emergency is only responsible for paid employees?
yes, ma'am.
That's fire as well as ambulance employees?
We're only responsible for the paid firefighters,
Not the ambulance.
not the ambulance. That's the organization by themselves. We make up their board. We appoint board members, right? And that's what I'm getting at. The paid firefighters you see at the 5 main stations, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., that costs us. We're paying $2.5 million a year for that. Am I right, Alan? Really close.
That's correct.
$2.5 million. Now Baker Heights has 24/7, 365 because we got a grant. But we can't continue to take money out of our operating budget to pay firefighters anymore until we get the state legislators to set up a structure where we can do it.
So the increase that this gentleman was explaining is for emergency services for
Ambulance only. We're not talking fire here today.
And so we need to go to the Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Department and talk to them about our emergency ambulance services.
Because you want them housed in their station,
Thank you.
okay?
As well as Mr. Costello there.
To kind of unmuddy some of the waters, what we've done recently is we've sent them a letter, because we're responsible for 911 agents across the county. Just come here and said they appoint our board dictates the meeting. We recently sent them a letter saying, hey, we're doing a 5-year planning here. This is where we see a need. We would like to sit down with you and schedule a meeting and talk about housing and running a crew out of your mountain lake burning station. So all monies that the ambulance authority generates, if this helps you, and that's either through patient billing or through fee, are all set up, and we pay 100% of what we do. We are, I guess we'd be considered what, a sub-entity of the county, Mr. Davis? We are a
But you're under
sub-entity.
your own
Yeah.
employer ID number. The county has no, other than setting the fees and appointing the council, or appointing the board, the council has very little authority over the ambulance.
Correct. So we're very self-sufficient in what we do, but we are a county agency. So does that kind of help clarify things a little bit? So, yeah, we have to go to them because they're a private agency and say, hey, just like we were at their main station, we had to have these conversations. We had to do a memorandum of understanding and agreement to work out of their station. We would have to do things, the same thing in Lake Road is, hey, we see a need in the community, we'd like to run out of that station. You guys work with us for, it could be coming up with a joint agreement is, we're gonna need to do some construction, so can we figure out how jointly we can pay for this? Because we have to look at it that we're spending your money on a private building. So that's the kind of things that we look at, but I can tell you, and I know I sent a copy of that to Councilman Gokenhour, that we've reached out to them and said, hey, 24 months will come like that. We need to start having these talks now to see what we can do about moving forward.
So it's really a question about leasing a space or having access to the property.
We've been very fortunate. We've been able to, we'll use the word negotiate, that, hey, we're all here for public safety. So they've been very nice to us to draw up agreements where, we've had a 3-party agreement that us, Berkeley Fire, and the volunteer services, if there's maintenance or something that needs to be done, routine maintenance, we split that cost 3 ways. If it's something that we're having to do. If they're doing door maintenance in that new station, we only run an ambulance out of 1 door. So they say, hey, pay for that 1/5 of the door maintenance. So it's really about, how do you live, how do you operate day to day, and what are you financially responsible for?
As your agencies support and help you.
As they've said,
Well, what we'll do, get our business cards when we're done, and you can send us an email. The next HOA meeting you have, you invite us. If I'm in town, I know I'll be there. I know now there are only 2 of us, so it might be Eddie and I, because I know he's worked with you, and I know I've been working on the same goal, and come out and talk to you and answer all your questions. Okay.
I'll be more than happy to.
All right.
And I didn't start this part just to create a bunch of back and forth conversation, but I think it's important that if you're focusing your energy, you need to focus your energy on what's going to achieve. And I believe that all these fire departments are great guys that are trying to help the community. So they need to hear what your concerns are from you so that they can make the decisions best they can.
I think it's also important to note, we have 22 career firefighters on payroll. As the council's mentioned, we're the only county out of 55 counties in the state that has a career fire staff. And it took us years. We just got our FDID number within the past 18 months to even recognize as a fire department. But the 22 career firefighters that we have that are located in the VFDs, they're only there through agreement between the VFDs and the councils. We're there through a memorandum of understanding. They own the building, and
between them and the fire board,
with 30 days notice, they could give this council notice to move out. So it's not, for those of you that have come from Maryland, it's a little different than Maryland or even Virginia. The relationship between the fire board and the ambulance authority and the council, and then we've thrown in the 22 career firefighters, which is kind of a different twist.
And I believe the MOU with the fire board and the ambulance is the same. There's 30 days that they can say they don't want you there. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we work really hard on these relationships, and we make sure that everybody is heard, just like we're doing here today. But it is you're constantly working on it. It's kind of like a marriage.
But we do want to hear your opinions on whether you're in favor of this fee or not, so that the purpose of us having these meetings is to get this kind of input so that we can make the best decision moving forward as well.
All right, next is Sheila Hampton.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing us.
Good morning.
I too am from the woods, and for the sake of expediency, as they say in the congressional hearings, I yield back. But thank you for hearing us, and I am in favor of the increase, probably option number 3. The only thing I really would say is I appreciate the gentleman identifying all of the wonderful equipment that the ambulances have and how they can serve us. My only concern is if they can't get there in time, all of that wonderful equipment is a moot point.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dean Wagner. Good morning.
I'm also from the woods. I'd like to speak strongly in favor of the fee, and probably number 3. Although I'll leave it to your wisdom as to what is best and how to spend the money wisely. Right? January 21st, 2021, I had a heart attack. My house in the woods. The ambulance showed up, and they were fantastic. They saved my life. But it was well over an hour from 911 call to me arriving at the hospital. And it does raise a question to me too, because now I'm prone to heart attack. You know, should I stay living out there in Illinois or not? So yes, I'm in favor of the proposal, and the response time issue is for me. Right.
All right, thank you. One of the things that has increased over the years too, real quick, and I'm talking way too much to get through this, but it's very important. That's what we do. Is that, Brian? When did the full-time staff go out in Hedgesville from the 12-hour shift? Did we just do that 7 days a week not too long, about a year ago?
They were out there for 12 hours for a number of years, and then we saw a need to go to 24. So we shifted some hours from Bennington and put a 24-hour crew out there, and then we stood the Bennington crew back up again probably 2016. Yeah.
Okay, so we have made some changes to make it better for Hedgesville to have full-time staff 24 hours a day. Okay, all right, Brad Knoll.
Hi, I'm Brad Knoll, and I'm reading from Tom Ogden. I want to thank all you citizens for showing up. I am adamantly opposed to the fee increase of any sort on any kind at all.
Okay.
And the question I have is there any ARPA funds that can be used in place of this? And is there any tax transfer fees coming back that could be used for this? Thank you.
Thank you. And to answer your concern, Mr. Knoll, one of the things, ARCA money, when you increase your payroll, when you increase your personnel, we don't do that on any money that's not guaranteed or somewhat, because that's a setup for disaster. And transfer fees, again, we can't offset our budget for what we normally would do in the county, because then we would probably have the sheriff breathing down our neck saying, hey, I need more deputies, and we all know that they've always asked for more deputies. So we got to be careful about how we're structured through the state of West Virginia. But thank you for your comments. Rick Inklema. How bad did I butcher that one up, Rick?
Actually, sir, not too bad.
Rick and Klima, thank you.
Okay.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the council for having this public hearing. And I also want to thank the brave men and women who serve this county in the ambulance service. As I said, my name is Rick and Klima. I'm the president of the Sleepy Hollow Lot Owners Association, which you already heard a little bit about. We're right off Mountain Lake Road. We have about 500 lots in the Sleepy Hollow, so it's a good size piece of property.
In 2 counties.
In 2 counties, yes, we bridge Berkeley and Morgan.
Across the dam here in Morgan County.
Exactly, and I appreciate you knowing that, sir. And you know, the reason I'm here is certainly to speak in favor of the increase. We have a lot of mixed demographics up in Sleepy Hollow. A lot of elderly people, some are on their own, and we have a lot of younger families coming in with kids. Just like we heard about the Woods, you know, it used to be a residential community, recreational community. It's really becoming a residential community. We have school buses picking up the kids on the corner of Mountain Lake Road, and all that goes with that type of full-time occupancy up there. I do understand that the last increase was in 2011. I learned that today from Mr. Costello. And of course, we understand that costs increase. We're all facing cost increase. And, you know, you have to generate the revenue. So I stand in favor of the increase. You know, and I would like to just ask the council to consider expediting the manning of the fire station, the ambulance service there on Mountain Lake Road, Station 70. That's you know, it's a major concern for us and the folks within the Sleepy Hollow. We supported that effort when they built that facility with donations and otherwise, and we hope that the fee can help expedite manning of that station up there.
Morgan County, as I learned today, is $150 an annual fee. Berkeley is less than that, and I understand, folks that are on fixed incomes and all the challenges that come with that. But again, challenges of getting quick professional services to the people in that end of the county would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rick Roscoe?
I am also from Sleepy Hollow. I'm on the board. I'm the treasurer, so I know how important budgetary items are. Listening to everybody, I have the same concern as most people, is with the response time. A couple years ago, my wife came out of the room and I could tell she needed immediate attention. And had they called the ambulance service from Hedgesville, I would have lost my wife. I drove her, I said, you don't bother asking how fast I went. I got her to the hospital, she flatlined twice, but today, through the miracle of medicine, she's fine. But the response time is very important, and I'm in favor of whatever option you guys want to increase the fees, and I'd go with that. I just hope that something can be done about response time. And I don't know if anybody knows this, but our ball field has been used several times for medevac. We have designated our field as a medevac evacuation thing for medical assistance, and it has been used several times. So we do what we can. I understand your position, and hopefully you can understand some of our positions on response time. I've been up there since 1971, and I've seen a lot of changes coming into the county. And as I said, I'm in favor of whatever option you guys want. Just try to concentrate on response time, because that is very important. A lot of the people that live where I'm at up there are elderly, fixed incomes. I know some people up there who have to have dialysis once a week, and when it snows, they can't get out. They call the ambulance service. So it's hard, and I understand your position, and don't get me wrong. I worked with the ambulance service in New Jersey in the 50s, and again, I know how important response time is.
Thank you.
That's all.
All right, thank you. There's another sign-up sheet going around. I need it, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anybody else in the room that hasn't signed up that wants to speak? Yes, ma'am. You want to come up and put your name on the sheet for me? Michelle Freeman?
Well, thank you. My name is Michelle Freeman, and I am from the Woods, and so I pretty much concur with what everybody has said. I do want to come at it from a different perspective, though, that people that live in western Berkeley County may come. I used to live on Mount Weather in Loudoun County, which was not close to anything. So when I moved to the Woods, I understood what I was moving to. So I understood that I was 20 minutes from Martinsburg. I understood or 30 minutes from Martinsburg and 20 minutes from Hedgesville. I understood that if something happened to me, it would take a minute for response time to come. Having said that, having Station 70 right there, which does speed right along 9, Sleepy Hollow, the Woods, Providence Church Road, there are so many people, and like someone else had said earlier, we're not just a resort community. I live there full time. I'm on a fixed income. We are now over 50% full time, and that includes the elderly, which I'm almost there. And that includes families with children with the school buses. So I appreciate the information that you gave us today. I'm new at this, talking publicly. I'm pretty new. I serve on the board in the Woods. This is all very new to me, but I'm very passionate and very interested in speaking to the Hedgesville. Now that we know that, we didn't know that, right? We didn't know that, so we know that now. And I appreciate your work too. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank the volunteers and the paid employees of Berkeley County, the ambulance service, the fire. I just am very appreciative. As you can tell, I'm an emotional speaker, so I'll be quiet now. But thank you very much.
And I take it you're for it?
I'm sorry?
You're in favor?
Yeah. You need a favor?
No.
Favor. Oh. Sure, yes, I am. I'm sorry. We need a little laughter, I think.
Why don't you take a vote?
All right,
Yeah, definitely in favor.
Dorothy Goldman?
Good.
Goodman, I'm sorry.
Good woman.
I even have my glasses on.
Hi, Goodman. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am also from the woods. I'm in favor of supporting the ambulance fee, option 3, if that's possible. But I'm not a financial person. I'm a nurse of 50 years. And people know that in the woods, and I've been called to sites where we were waiting for 911. And I have to say, every time the ambulance people came, they have done an excellent job. It was just wonderful to be able to step aside and let them go. I also worked in trauma at Fairfax Hospital, and I accepted patients from here when I was working full time. And the care was really great, and we did get to save people. I am super concerned about the time that it takes to get response. We are on the upper average of the whole country, even including rural places. 25 minutes is a long time. I know that we do get response from Morgan County sometimes because, as you noted earlier, Mountain Lake Road does butt up into Morgan County. So, 15 minutes from Hedgesville and 25 minutes from Morgan County. So I don't know how that can be worked out, but I know that's happened, and I've met people from Morgan County. So I want to have manned people at Station 70. I also would like to be a part of the solution, so if there's any way that I can help. And we do have a lot of medical and knowledgeable people in the woods.
Smith. Thank you. Jane Pingleton Evans?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, City Council. This is my first time at a meeting. This is so exciting. But anyway, I think in my senior years, I'm getting to be more civic-minded. That's what they say happens. So anyway, here I am. I have, my name is Jane Pingleton Evans. I don't know if I said that. I'm not used to public speaking. I tend to get a little emotional, but I have a personal story to tell you. It concerns the response time. Okay, in 2012, I collapsed at home in Sleepy Hollow with sudden nausea, shortness of breath. I didn't know what was happening. I was so scared. And I called 911, and it took them 45 minutes to get to me. 45 minutes. So it turns out they took me to WVU. I don't know which county answered the 911 call. When you're so sick, you don't really ask that kind of thing. I'm actually technically in Morgan County, but I'm just like right over across the road from Berkeley County. So anyway, it turns out my sodium was critically low. Apparently, a year later, they finally figured out, had to go to the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, that I had primary adrenal insufficiency, which is better known as Addison's disease. And yes, that's what JFK had. Instead of getting tan, I turned yellow. Anyway, my point is that since then, every year, on the average, I end up having to go to the ER like 3 or 4 times a year. And so quick timing with the ambulance showing up and getting me to the ER is really, really of the essence, because no ambulances in Berkeley or Morgan County are allowed to carry the drug, injectable hydrocortisone, that I need in a timely manner to save my life. So, Addison's disease, Addisonian crisis, heart attack, stroke, gunshot, God forbid. If any of us had that happen to us, and it takes 45 minutes for the ambulances to get to Sleepy Hollow or the Woods or the corner of the county where we are, that's unacceptable. I'm sorry, but it is. We have a fire station that is now defunct, and I understand the issues with being able to pay for it. You know, you got to pay for it to get it, right? I understand that. But I think it's really important that fire station number 70 on Mountain Lake Road be reopened and fully functional with not necessarily fire engines and fire crew, but with an ambulance crew. So please, all of our lives are at risk, not just mine, but everyone, all the people, and maybe some of you even have second homes out there, I don't know. But everyone out there in our little faraway corner of Berkeley County, we would really appreciate if we could reopen the fire station. And I'm interested in attending the fire station meeting. I realize negotiation is a huge part of this, but if there's a way that we can make this happen, it would really, really be appreciated. And thanks for listening.
Thank you. Karen Aranda?
Thank you for hearing us. I live off of Butts Mill Road. I'm not part of the Woods or Sleepy Hollow. And I have 2 small children. I am a homeschool mom, so I'm there pretty much all day long. I highly support the increase. I understand people have fixed incomes, but unfortunately we don't know when an emergency is going to happen to any of us. It has nothing to do really with age. I mean, I know older people have an increased risk, but when you need an ambulance, you need an ambulance. My parents have also recently moved to the Woods. They are in their 70s, and I do worry about them as well. And they're actually the people who told me about this meeting. Otherwise, I never would have found out. I hope that we can find some compromise that serves us, and it's easy to remember the Woods and Sleepy Hollow because they're kind of they're nicely encapsulated, but there's a lot of other people on Butts Mill Road and closer to Sleepy Creek that would definitely benefit from this. So thank you.
Thank you. Audrey Rowe?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having us here today. This is a very important, as you can tell, issue for those of us who live in the Woods. And yes, I am in favor of the increase. But I want to share a very quick story. I've owned a home here since 1983. And my husband and I decided that we were going to move from Chicago and retire here at the Woods. And as soon as we retired, about a year later, he had a terrible emergency operation, and the end result was that he was diagnosed months later with onset Alzheimer's. His Alzheimer's progressed until he passed away this last September. However, I want to tell a quick story. We had a great caregiver who was with him during the time that he was during that time. And I got a call. I was in Winchester, and the caregiver said, he's fallen and he's bleeding. And my husband was on blood thinner. and he had managed to go outside, fall, and hit his head on a rock, and he was bleeding. Again, I was in Winchester when I got the call. I said immediately, "Have you called 911?" He said, "By the time I realized he had fallen, my phone was in the house. I've run back in the house. I now have the phone. I'm calling 911. I immediately hung up and called Dot, who spoke a few minutes ago, who's a nurse, and a couple of other friends there at the Woods. The young man who was taking care of him was a retired firefighter from Baltimore. So he knew how to apply emergency care and how to work with the bleeding that was going on. It took, the time issue is one that could have been catastrophic in this situation if he had not been there. By the time the ambulance arrived, which was 40 minutes later, I managed to get from Winchester to the hospital, and I had to wait a half hour before they brought my husband from the Woods to the hospital. So timing is an issue, and we all have stories which we could share, and we will work with you in any way we can to try and ensure. And I want to commend the ambulance crew that arrived, because they did a fantastic job. Dot said they were on it, and they were great. And so thank you for that, and thank you for the information that you shared earlier today. But this is a really critical issue. It's a life and death issue. Many people are leaving the Woods and are moving away. I've lost 5 very close friends who have relocated because of medical issues and being concerned about ambulance service. So it's a revenue issue. We're worrying about revenue. You want revenue coming in, not revenue going out. And so it's important that we work together on this. And I thank you again very much for listening to me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes everyone that signed up. Is there anybody? Oh my gosh, you don't know enough to sign up?
I figured you probably put my name on there, Mr. President. It's on there now. Thank you. Good morning. Afternoon.
It's afternoon.
I got you. Afternoon.
You are getting older, aren't you?
My name is Gary Collis. I'm like Councilman Mr. Gokenhire. I remember that green and white ambulance. I believe it might have been a 69 Pontiac Catalina. I think I was in it a time or two, not as a patient. I was involved with the ambulance authority when it started, back in 1988, and then paid people in 1990. And it kept on and growed and growed and growed and growed and growed. And Berkeley County probably is one of the most fortunate counties in the state of West Virginia. We have some of the best, and had some of the best, EMS providers that the state has ever seen. We experience those people on a day-to-day basis. I had Brian Costello's job for over 15 years. So I know the growth in this county, and now we're probably up to somewhere around 120 to 130,000 people. We're not somewhere close.
Probably about 130.
So nobody likes increases in taxes. Nobody likes to pay $4.49 for a gallon of gasoline. But if you want to go to church and you want to come to town or you want to go get your groceries, you have to pay. And if you want the service and you expect the service from these folks in the Berkeley County Ambulance Authority, an increase may be the only way to go. We don't like to see increases go on a 5-year basis or those sort of things, because we don't know what's going to be in 5 years. We have no idea. I think we need to deal with increases or things that we provide today, not 5 years from now. Yes, it's good to have a 5-year plan. We need to have a 5-year plan. But I think our increases need to be based on what we're dealing with today. So I'd like to say to the council that you are very fortunate as a council and you point to people to serve as your board of directors. But your ambulance authority is very valuable to the citizens of this county.
So Gary, I guess
I'm
you're.
gonna assume that's a long way of agreeing, right?
I guess he's opposed to it.
No, I'm not opposed. Absolutely not.
Gary, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Can you state your name for the record? I know you came in late.
Yeah, sorry. Blair Chesnavage, and I'm also a resident at the Woods. I was a Navy corpsman. Blair, C-L-A-R-E, Chesnavage, C-H-E-S-N-A-V-A-G-E. Navy corpsman, I was an EMT ambulance driver. I was 911 dispatcher. I lived in Starkville, Mississippi. Hurricane Katrina came through. Bad things are going to happen. I'm definitely for, the ambulance increase, because things are going to happen when you least expect it, and it's going to be a necessary expense, but it's so important. And being understaffed, there's nothing worse than having, multiple calls and you don't have enough people to respond. So, just speaking from experience, it's so important, and I appreciate you being here today listening to us.
All right, thank you, Claire.
I'd like to say that the Woods Resort has actually given me an old lesson that I already knew, that community involvement and friendship among neighbors is very, very important, because it sounds like you guys are using your neighbors to fill a gap that you already have. And you're very fortunate to have a community where you're all that close to be able to do that.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes, with all the attendees here, can I see a show of hands of for and against? For's first? That's a lot more than what I got written down here. Against? Thank you.
Mr. Gokenhour?
I don't really have much to say. This is part of the process, and thank God we live in a country where you have this opportunity to come and speak your opinion about your government. And to the services, thank you for what you do. The staffing that we have, they do a tremendous job. We just got to figure out a way to get them there a little quicker. And it all takes money, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time. But I do believe that we're making improvements, and that's what's critically important. Is that every day we make something a little bit better. So, thank you.
All right, and just like to say thank you for taking your time out of your schedule to be here today. We take your viewpoints very seriously, and we'll have a public hearing tonight at 6 p.m. and this will be on the agenda next week.
Next week for discussion action, yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
We don't know the time yet, but it will be published Friday, tomorrow.
Okay, need a motion to close the public hearing? For, I guess, close this public hearing to
recess to the next.
Till 6 o'clock tonight. All right, have a motion on the floor. Do you have a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. I need a motion to go into executive session.
So moved. For personnel, real estate.
Or potential legal matters.
Oh, potential legal matters.
Possible legal matters.
I made.
Excuse me? Jim? Just allow people that can't make it to the daytime ones in the evening.
Jim Barnhart, I first.
That's the public hearing.
Yes, it was. Surprising.
I think it will be.
HD boy. Yeah, HD boy is the
put on their agenda. You need for them to put you on their agenda.
Whatever you ask.
So you can have dialogue with them.
Oh, I will.
You don't want to show up as citizens participation.
No,
You
no,
want-
should that come from me or should that come from you
This here.
as a council?
One more thing.
Oh, I can do it.
Anybody got one more thing?
No. All right. We're out of executive session. We're back in normal session. Mr. Barnhart, if you recess us till 6 o'clock.
I believe I will.
All right, we recess till 6. reconvening our meeting from today. Our agenda item, the time has came upon us at 6 o'clock for a public hearing on, we're looking at the ambulance fees and to restructure those. Mr. Davis, if you want to start us off and let us know that the certification of the publication has been done.
Yes, sir. As the council is aware, several weeks ago, Dave Irvin, who is president of the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority, and Brian Costello, who is the director of the Ambulance Authority, appeared before the council with the request that they be allowed, the council authorize an increase in the ambulance fee. If memory serves me right, this would be the first increase in the ambulance fee since 2011. So it has been allowed. At the direction of the council, we've scheduled 2 public hearings for today, one at 11 o'clock, which we held earlier this morning, as well as this one. We did put notice of the public hearing on our website, on our various social media platforms, and also placed a Class 1 legal ad in the Martinsburg Journal, and we do have certification publication that indicates that the public notice ran on Wednesday, June 15th, 2022. I do want to point out to the council that West Virginia Code does not require that you have a public hearing for the consideration of the increase in ambulance fees. It's something that you could have done unilaterally, but as you do with all requests like this, you do absolutely ask for public input, and that's why we're here this evening. And if you'd like, I think Brian is here to give you a little bit of background.
All right, well, let's open up the public hearing again. Anybody that wishes to speak out, there's a sign-up sheet on the podium if you would sign up, and so we can call you to come to the forward to talk if you would want to express your concerns. But at this time, I'll ask for a motion to open up the public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, there's only 2 people that has signed up to speak out. Anybody else want to sign up? Okay, first one is Tom Smith. Come up to the podium, Tom, and tell us, oh, I'm sorry, Tom, I'm ahead of myself. Give me a second. I gotta.
Let Brian do a little talk.
We gotta do the presentation first. It's been a long day. Brian.
I was all for it.
Brian.
How you doing, Tom? Good to see you again.
Brian and the ambulance authority staff is going to give you a little bit of history on the ambulance authority and tell you where we came since that green ambulance up there on the screen that Eddie knows all about. But we'll hand it over to Brian and we'll go from there.
Sounds great. Well, good evening. So as you can see, we just utilized this to kind of show folks where we were a number of years ago and where we've come today. As our president says, Councilman Gokenmeyer can probably tell you a lot of history about that piece of equipment there, but these are pictures, I think, from our 30th anniversary ceremony that we had there. But the reason we're here today is to talk about the County Ambulance Authority and our need to increase the ambulance fee based on the services that we need to provide the community. So we have provided you guys with a pretty extensive financial piece a few weeks ago when we were here, but we were kind of reducing that down a little bit so we didn't oversaturate folks with a lot of numbers of things when we believe we got the meat and potatoes. But the one thing we always do is we want to start out with our mission. And our mission statement is to provide exceptional emergency medical services within Berkeley County, utilizing teamwork, innovation, technology, and training to create favorable outcomes and provide immediate life-saving interventions. And our tagline, like a lot of people have, is emergencies happen, our family will be there caring for yours. Next slide. Here we show kind of the history of when the ambulance service fee was established, when the state code came about and dictated the county commissions at the time that they needed to provide these services to the citizens living in their jurisdictions. And it talked about the ways that they could provide that service, and one being the ambulance service user fee. And there's a chronological history of when it was established for Berkeley County, when it was changed, and the rates that they were at that time. As you can see, in '89 it was $25, changed in 2001 to $35 per resident living unit, 2006 to $50, and then the last fee change was 2011 to the $60 where we are today. This is a side-by-side comparison of how our county council's budget has grown, as well as the ambulance authority's budget next to it. And you can see that we're pretty much tracking the same as county growth is as to how our budget grows as well. Next slide. Here's where we get to talk a little bit about what it is that we bring to the table as far as the product and the services we provide the community, and to let the community know that, hey, you've got a good quality EMS group of folks out there doing the job. Some of the enhancements to the organization since 2011 are Zoll cardiac monitor defibrillators that are top of the line for pre-hospital care, that allow us to Bluetooth information directly to that doctor or nurse in the hospital if need be, so that as we come to them, that continuity of care or continuation continues to happen flawlessly and reduces that time. As we all know, time is of the essence. The Lucas automated CPR device. As I stated this morning, the most healthy person could probably do 2 good minutes of CPR and then you're wore out. This device is a mechanical device that does flawless CPR for up to 45 minutes before you have to change your battery. What does that mean? That means you're getting good quality circulation of that heart that's not functioning until we can get you somewhere where they can get more definitive cardiac medicines on board. We have our Zoll vents and CPAPs. CPAP is a big thing in the community where you have respiratory disorders like we do here. That CPAP can reverse some of those breathing problems that they have, and that ventilator, once we've intubated that cardiac patient, that vent can take over providing ventilatory efforts to the patient. So you've got a machine doing CPR and a machine oxygenating the patient. That means you as the provider are taking care of the meds and working that patient as you go. And that really replaces about 2 people. So it's very, very good. We have had cot power lift systems. We had a number of back injuries from lifting patients on cots. So we invested in these power lift systems that actually lift the patient. It looks like a mini forklift into the back of the unit. I call it the mini forklift on the, what's that, RoboVac thing that they have is what it really looks like. But that has dropped their back injuries tremendously over the last few years.
Quite impressive.
It is great. E-charting, electronic charting, and inventory systems allowed us to be vigilant on our supplies and things, and as we know, the cost of everything is going up. So if you can monitor those things, you can save money. Our e-charting, that also allows us to send information, documentation electronically into other systems, and it doesn't take up, it actually reduces the time, and we say time on target, time with that patient, which allows us to get prepared and turn around and go to the next patient. Also, you see a Station 97 build, which is a central station. We had been renting space for a number of years, and we had owned property up there in the Wheatland Business Park, and a property next to it came available at a very reasonable cost, and we were able to reduce our footprint and allowed us to build on property that we already owned and get the job done that we needed to. As well as we renovated and expanded in the south because we know that we're going to have to add services down there, and by doing so, this allowed us to get that room that we're going to need to add units down there. And of course, in-house new billing software. We see all the growth, and a lot of times for a lot of years until we worked with our county IT to develop the software, we were getting information that was sometimes 2 years delayed. By doing this, we're getting real-time information. As that builder transitions that home to a homeowner, we can see that information, get that homeowner on our books, and does 2 things. Well, of course, for us, it allows us to build. Two, it allows that homeowner to get those services that come with that bill as well. The other things there, noted achievements. We are one of 2 agencies in the state of West Virginia that are considered Gold Plus standing among American Heart and Cardiac Care. And that's a very extensive investigation, and they come down and look at our system, they review all of our cardiac charts, and we have to meet certain milestones. But we're very proud of that. For the 5th year, we look to do this going forward. Twice, we've had the top United States team in the international trauma competition. And this is where you put your capabilities of being in EMS against places from Canada, the UK, Slovenia, and other U.S. teams to see, hey, how do we fare against other people in other places? And our people have been among the top. We were selected to participate by the Department of Justice in the National Informational Video on fentanyl and the perils to healthcare providers. One of the things that I talked about this morning is we've all been taught to use hand sanitizer. What we didn't know was that using that hand sanitizer and being exposed to fentanyl increases the absorption of fentanyl into our body and actually takes out those healthcare providers. So we had to get that information out nationwide, and they were part of that video, and we were proud to do that and be part of that. We are always and have been and will continue to be leaders in the development of statewide medical pre-hospital protocols. Our training officer and others work very, very diligently to say, hey, state office, this is what we think we need in our community as a growing community. Here's a protocol, will you back it? And for the most part, I think we've got, what was our percentage, Ryan? About 90 to 100%? We will be 100%. I knew we had one out there. The other thing we're proud of is we graduated the very first advanced EMT course in our state of West Virginia. And that allows our EMTs to work on the cardiac care side of things. And it's, we hope that it is a fruitful venture for all of us moving forward. It's definitely stimulating their learning and where they want to become paramedics. Let's move on. This chart here is a lot of financial data that goes back as far as fiscal year 2014-15. As you can see, the Ambulance Authority's revenues, which is the amount of service that we billed for at that time, was about $3.8 million. We took in, and we had to write off because everyone knows insurance says, yeah, I'm glad you billed that, but we're only going to pay you so much money. And that 3.8, we had to write off 1.54 million in that year. So when you take that out, that's about 50%. Okay, when you back those out. Imagine owning a store or retail business or something where someone came to you with $500 of your product but only paid you $250 for that product. You'd probably be out of business quickly. So this is why this ambulance fee, service fee is so important, because that's a stopgap measure for us for those contractual allowance write-offs that we have to write off. So looking at last year, where we did over $5.2 million of service to the community and had to write off almost $2 million, that's a substantial thing, especially when right now where we sit today, you're going to get a little over $2 million in your ambulance. So that's why we've done things to try to stretch this out as much as we could. On the previous slide, you saw something about the Safe Harbor Act there. As you know, with your ambulance fee, you pay your fee, your current, you take a basic life support transport to the hospital, that service is free to you. For years, we had to write off the total cost. We estimated that cost to be around $500 million a year or better. Well, we lobbied Congress for a couple of years to get them to write an exemption in what they call Safe Harbor. And what that allowed us to do is to bill that client's insurance company for that BLS call, because that's the piece we were giving away, except what that insurance company would give us, and would not balance bill our patient. Our commitment is to the patient, not the insurance company. That was our big thing. So that really allowed to help to push this request for more out even further. Next slide. This is just additional information as it pertains to the number of households that we build, how many of those households actually paid, what the percentage of that would be. and where we were in the first half of this year, and the projected collections for each of those years on the ambulance fee, and what we actually collected for each of those years. Now, when you look at the cost of an ambulance today being well over $260,000 just for the ambulance, you look back then, when you look at the cost of around $138,000 to $150,000 in 2011, that's a pretty significant difference. This slide here talks about what we actually have to write off. And like I said, that's what the insurance company says, hey, you can bill me what you want, but under our agreement, we're only going to pay you so much money. All of us see it. We get an explanation of benefits from our doctor when we go to the doctor's office. Your doctor billed this, we allowed this, so we wrote this off, and then your patient has to pay X, Y, Z dollars. Same thing in the ambulance business. I mean, it used to be, people thought that, hey, if they bill $500, they get $500. That, in fact, is not the case. Next slide, please. This one here is a regional comparison of all the other counties within our area: Berkeley, Morgan, Hampshire, Harding, Mineral, Grant, and Jefferson County, what their fees are currently and who that fee is assessed to. As you can see, Berkeley County is well below all the other counties surrounding us, and all people always like to compare us to Jefferson County. As you can see, Jefferson County's fees range between $50 to $33,400, but their county also pumps in an additional $4 million out of general funds. They have half the population we do, half the call volume that we do, but that's the kind of money that they're spending in their agency. Next slide. So the question has been, what are we looking for? What do we need right now? These are our needs as we see things today. We need a basic life support unit north of Falling Waters. We need one in the south of Inwood. That's going to help disperse some of those calls so those advanced life support units are available. And to do that, we've kind of broken out what that's going to take. As we begin to develop through our strategic planning committee a 5-year plan, we've also realized that we need to expand out west. Our hope is to enter talks with the Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Department to look at westward expansion at their Mountain Lake Road location, probably within the next 2 years is what we look at. This is where our need is right now, is we need those 2 BLS units. That would, because of the span of control, we put an additional duty officer or supervisor out there, and then look at something. Right now, we're operating out of a 22-year-old modular home in the garage in the north end out of Falling Waters. We own 6.5 acres out there, and maybe we can do something to upgrade that facility to allow for the expansion that's going on out there. We came to you with 3 proposals that we thought was appropriate. Definitely, we're open to any suggestions that County Council has. Ultimately, our end goal is to get to that $110 mark. Whether it be if we offered a proposal of a 4-year phase-in, a 3-year phase-in, or all at once, because we understand, just like anybody else, what the times bring us today. One thing we didn't look at was a 2-year phase-in. We probably should have looked at that as well, but we're always open to that. And I'll kind of close out with this. These are 2 photos. They weren't staged. These photos were taken by private media folks. As you can see to the left, early morning or late afternoon, it doesn't matter. We've got 4 ambulances and a supervisor vehicle at the hospital, 5 ambulances and a supervisor vehicle on that night, and that's a bulk of your staffing right now out in the force, working, sitting there at the hospital, bringing patients in. So we're not asking to increase just because we could. There's a need in this community for us to expand, and we're going to need to be able to do that. So I'm open to any questions or comments that the council may have.
I think we got all of our questions answered this morning.
Okay, so
now, Mr. Smith. And what we did this morning, we just
very well done.
what we did this morning, we just asked people to tell us generally about where they live and whether they are opposed to the rate increase or support it.
Okay, my name is Tom Smith. Actually, I live at the Woods, but I'm here to represent Western Berkeley County. I've basically been working on this for about 5 or 6 years. We've met before. I've met many times, and Brian and I have met many times. I was actually one of the first people there when they started the idea of refurbishing the Mountain Lake Fire
Station 70.
It was a disaster. It wasn't even fit for a parking garage when we started, 6 years ago or so. Since then, we put in about $50,000 worth of to fix this thing up to make it a viable fire station. We thought about adding on, and actually the fire marshal for the state said that if we add anything on there, then we had to be under standards that are nowadays not grandfathered, and we would have had to add on a whole new section for separate showers, separate baths, a water tank, and all these things that the Woods just couldn't afford to do that. Even though I live in the Woods, we've had proposals where we could have paid part of the salary for these people, but our bylaws say that if we do that, it's only for Woods residents, and we rejected that. Right. We're not looking for the Woods. Everybody says the Woods. It's not. It's Woods, Sleepy Hollow, and all the homeowners in Western Berkeley County. The thing we did was, after we're fixing up all this fire station, we had gone through a lot of different ideas. I looked for grants for just about every place I could. Every grant that I found was either helping you build a building or paying for equipment, but what we needed was personnel. Right now, it's a parking garage with fire truck and tanker and brush truck, which we also donated money to get a brush truck up there. And the problem we keep running into, of course, is money. And what we need is some staffing, an EMT or a paramedic, and one fire. We're looking for 2 people that can run an ambulance out of there. Our goal would be 24/7 to have somebody there, because we're 15 to 20 minutes away from Hedgesville, and that's on a good day, perfect weather, that kind of thing. I personally had a bad experience with my heart, and it was 35 minutes, which is way too long. We have an elderly population up there, not kind of me, it's the other people. A lot of them are old. But if we could get something there, we're talking 5-minute response. And that would cover the whole end of the county, even into Morgan County. We looked at doing a thing where we could do part of the payment would come from Berkeley County and part from Morgan County, and share the expenses to have an ambulance out there. We looked at that. We looked at getting what do you call it? It was that Chevy Blazer response truck.
First responders?
Command. Yeah, with the bag, so that we could stabilize people until the ambulance came. And that was, we kicked that around, and later I heard that was shot down, and I couldn't understand why. Well, it turned out that Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Department and Ambulance Authority couldn't decide who was going to pay for gas for it, and it just died. If we'd have known the Woods, we'd have paid for the gas. Okay, but that's just some of the frustrations we're going through. There's a lot of people out there that need this service. To me, it's absolutely crucial. And like I say, I've been dealing with this for 5 or 6 years. I'm not on the board anymore, but it's still a project near and dear to my heart. And we're willing to do whatever we can. Sleepy Hollow will help. If it's a funding issue, we can donate a certain amount. We just can't go crazy on it, that kind of thing. And we're willing to work with anybody we can to get this thing done.
I think, Mr. Smith, the reason why we're here is to try to find that funding to do stuff like that. So we're not here to ask the Woods to do it anymore. I don't think the ambulance authority is here to do that. But one of the things we've been talking about for years, as you know,
you and I have met with those, and It always comes down to the same issue, it's just money.
Right.
And we understand.
And we, you know, when you do that, it's got to be sustainable, you know, so, hopefully we can answer that here soon.
That would be fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Rodriguez? And I take it that you do support it.
I do. And I think a lot of our folks would support it.
There was quite a few of them this morning here. Yes, sir, Corey.
Yes, so I'm Corey Rodriguez. Might look familiar because I'm also on the Berkeley County Board of Zoning Appeals.
Mm-hmm.
And I live at 498 Woolman Mill Road. I'm just here as a taxpayer to, I guess, throw my 2 cents in on everything. I watched your meeting May 19th, and I listened to the presentation. You know, I'm all for funding it. I agree with everything they say. I just wonder if there's a better way to fund it than the 3 proposals that were put up there. So I guess the first thing is, I guess would be more of a question.
Okay.
Is, does any of the commercial businesses pay money into the ambulance authority, or how does it?
They do not right now, Corey, but that's one thing that we're working on. It's just, it would probably take about a year for them to get the billing for that.
Yes.
Okay, so, but that's one of Mr. Gokenhour's concerns and our concerns. We actually talked about that, I think, on May 19th as well.
Yeah, I know. I think it was about Macy's that came up, and
They always do. They're a big employer.
But I mean, when I look at it, I look at the big picture, and you know, since COVID hit, you know, the taxpayers have had everything pretty hard on themselves, whether it was hardships with their jobs, paying more because of inflation for food, gas, having their kids at home, you know, not having babysitters or daycare and all that. And at the same time, I look at all these big businesses that we have in Berkeley County that just rolled in the money over COVID, like Walmart, Lowe's, Clorox, Target, Martin's, Weiss. And I asked myself, you know, as a taxpayer, I'm contributing $60. They're asking for $110. I think the taxpayers are contributing their part. Why aren't the commercial businesses that also use these services contributing? I mean, to me, it should be 50-50 or 60-40, something like that.
I think probably years ago, the reasoning for that, Corey, and most time we don't have dialogue back and forth, but that's how this council always has been. We want to have dialogue. That's why you're here, right?
Yes.
So I think the reason why that the businesses from the original portion of it, we're looking about changing that, is that the people that visits these businesses, I'm not saying all, because a lot of them travel up and down 81, are local people that pay the fee. You know what I mean?
Yes, and I see that, but at the same time, I'm also going to those businesses and giving them money. Mm-hmm. So, you know, they should support the community.
Well, they do that on the fire side. The fire does build the businesses and have done that for a little bit of time now. But we hear you and we're looking at that.
Okay, and my other question would be, you know, I look at, you know, the growth, and, you know, it's a good thing. You know, you need growth, you need new developments, you need to build new neighborhoods and give people, you know, good neighborhoods to live in. And I think about, you know, we're cranking out houses all across the county, and, you know, these home builders, they're profiting money hand over fist from all the work they're getting from the growth in our county. So why wouldn't they be able to contribute money?
Well, anything that's passed on to the builder gets passed on to the consumer, right? There's not as much money as you think in building a house, because even though the houses are going up, it's the cost of doing business is going up as well. So meaning the material that you see, you talked about inflation.
Yes.
Material on the houses right now is sometimes anywhere between 2 to 5 times more than what it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, give you a prime example, a piece of 4-inch PVC pipe used to cost $34 for a 20-foot stick. It's now $126.
Yeah.
So,
But, I mean, also that trend is reversing. The cost of
Not yet.
construction. Yeah, it's
not
coming
yet.
down.
It's going to come down, but the problem is, what's going to keep it from coming down is the fuel cost. So, and you said earlier, has there been other ways to look at trying to do the fees? One of the things that this council has done since 2011 is we have our budget, which our budget was never designed through state legislation to pay for full-time firefighters, right?
Yes.
But over the years, there was no fault to the volunteers because, like you said, so somewhat of what you said, the volunteers are working 2 and 3 jobs, right? But yet they're still given to the community at 100% volunteer, no pay at all. So back in 2011, Eddie? 2011, the council had started to hire full-time firefighters and put them in fire stations. And so now there's 4 of the main stations in Berkeley County: Baker Heights, Back Creek Valley, Hedgesville, and South Berkeley has 2 firefighters, 12 hours a day, 6 days or 5 days a week. Baker Heights, through a grant, has 24/7, 365 firefighters. That comes at a cost of the council, which is the taxpayers' money, at $2.5 million. The other thing too is and Mr. Smith, you said something about firefighters. We can't spend any more money on firefighters right now until we have a funding mechanism to be able to do that, and that's legislatively. If you remember when we talked to you a while back, there's a lot of legislative law that needs to be changed. So we look at that, but if we were to do this in tax rather than a fee, we have to. The school board gets 82% of every tax dollar that you spend in Berkeley County. We get 17 point something, and the state gets about 0.5%. So you'd have to pay 4.5 times the tax to get the same amount for the dollar in the fee.
Yeah.
So, we're looking at it and trying to be the most effective way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, put that fee to the commercial, or it be a fee to the commercial
Absolutely,
businesses?
absolutely. It would take about a year to structure that,
Yeah.
right? So I think that you'll see a fee going towards the commercial and businesses probably within another calendar year, okay? It just, how do you structure that? And we were talking about that a little bit this morning.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can't just come up with that overnight.
Right.
I understand that part of it. And then, something else that was brought up was about, the I-81 tying up for services.
Mhm.
Why can we assess a fee
For
every
the
time?
towards the federal government?
Well, can we have our own fee for the county for using our services?
Because they don't pay the fee, they don't get the hospital or what?
The only thing we can do, Corey, is when there's an accident on 81 and it's a hazmat accident, we get reimbursed on that from the fire, on the fire side.
Yeah.
But for the ambulance, here's the way the federal government looks at this, okay? This is my perception. 81 has over 80,000 cars a day on it now, right? Okay? Over 80,000 cars a day. A lot of the economic engine of Berkeley County is because that interstate runs through,
Yes.
right? So it's kind of like having the Coast Guard and the IRS here in Berkeley County. The federal government won't give us a payment in lieu of taxes, like they just did in the rest of the state of West Virginia. Pocahontas County got $918,000 because they have 68% of their property is public land. We get nothing for the buildings. What we do get is the jobs. So that's how they look at that. So there won't be, only thing we can do on 81 right now is hazmat where if a tractor trailer or some accident does it in the firm, we get reimbursed for our costs.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Okay.
I've already asked our lawyers, is there a way to get the federal government to give us money for emergency service for 81? It's kind of like the state road. The state road has two divisions. They have federal and they have the state.
Yeah.
Right? The state is funded by the federal is funded by the federal government to do 81, but there's no money that I know, Jeff,
For rescue services.
for public safety.
What about,
Well, we'll have to answer this one more question, that's because I got to give anybody else time.
okay. I guess my one other question would be, for the commercial businesses in lieu of a fee, you know, some of these businesses are huge. They have money. You know, why can't they say, hey, you need a new firehouse, I'll pay for it. I'll use the tax write-off. I'm helping, giving the community, you waive my fee for a while, and have stuff like that where they donate, whether it's a building, an ambulance, a police vehicle. It's like, you know, these companies have so much money that, you know, giving money back to community is not going to hurt them, but yet you have people in our county that work minimum wage jobs that's $60. That might be a half tank of gas. You know, they might lose their job not going to get to work that day. Then they might not be able to feed their family a day that week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, at what point does the rich keep getting stuck in richer and start investing the money that they don't need back in the community to help them and to be a better member of our community?
I'm going to answer this last question and we're done, okay? There's a lot of our businesses in Berkeley County are community minded, P&G, all of them, they are. Matter of fact, Macy's we just worked with them on a new pilot, okay? And in return of working with them, they gave $750,000 into quality of life. Now, that's not going to the ambulance, it's not going to the fire, it's not going to the sheriff's department. What it's doing is to make sure we can improve upon the quality of life for every citizen in Berkeley County. And that's walking trails, hiking trails, parks, rec, you know, all of us benefit by making our community healthier, right? And so that's just one. There's a solar farm coming in Berkeley County. They donated $350,000 plus they're putting solar panels on the school.
During COVID, we had a lot of these businesses that are here in Berkeley County, the larger businesses that you're referring to, donated all kinds of supplies to help with COVID response, sanitizers, masks, different things like that.
Yeah, so
these companies are giving enormous amount back to the community. Matter of fact, I think one of them will match donations by any employee up to $2,000 or something.
Clorox.
Yeah, so they're doing it, but they don't want to be recognized. You know, they're not asking for any special treatment, but they're there. So, but thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Anybody want to speak out that didn't sign up?
Just say thank you. I run the Veterans Day Parade in Martinsburg.
Right.
And first of all, I thank you guys for letting us use the Justice Center for the staging area.
Sure.
We were able to do a lot better with parade together. And also, if any of you would like to ride in the parade, please let me know and we'll get you in. I think you were out of town last
I was, yes, sir.
But we did mention it, and it brought his fire truck. Thank you. Just a thanks for letting us do that because it really helps us expand our parade.
We try to be community minded, and the other thing too, just want to let people understand how many people's from the Woods Resort. Okay, all right. Just so you understand a little bit, and we spoke with a lot of people from the Woods Resort. They're going to get us an email, let us know. Eddie and I have been working with the Woods on this. We'll go out. Brian said he would go out and talk to y'all at an association meeting and go into more detail about all this. But just so you know that the county count, and Mr. Smith is right, the Wood Resort has put a lot of money into the Station 70 out there. That station is owned by the Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Station. It's not owned by the fire board. It's not owned by the county council, right? We have no jurisdiction or no say over any volunteer fire station in Berkeley County. That's in state statute. I just want to make that clear. I don't want anybody from the Woods Resort say, hey, we're putting money into this place and the county council won't. We don't have any right to put money in it because we don't own it, right? And the other thing we spoke about tonight, keep in mind that every month Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Station has monthly meetings, and one way to get cooperation is let them know that, you all would like to see ambulance service and fire, but fire is a whole nother beast. That's all done by legislative law that you have to have it on a referendum on the ballot to even do an increase in a fire fee. The county council would act as a subcontractor to the fire board to furnish those people, that staff member to do that. We do have 2 fire stations that have asked for a 24/7, 365 South Berkeley and Back Creek Valley. Baker Heights already has it. Hedgesville has not, nor has Bennington. All right. And I will say this, and I'll stand by my word, Hedgesville is one of the hardest fire stations to deal with. All right. So, we've got a plan. Matter of fact, this council voted 5-0 to increase the fire fee to get help. Unfortunately, we lost it in court. So and that's, you stop and think about that. The council members, we're not up here to do anything to get reelected. That's not why we're here. We're not here to collect a paycheck. Well, however, we do get paid. We do what's right for the people, and that's what we did that day. And unfortunately, it in circuit court got ruled down, and and fire stations fault us on it. They want it, but they want it their way, and unfortunately, it didn't work out. So until this council right now, again, we're spending $2.5 million on firefighters to give you what we got now. We can't spend any more money out of our general budget to do that. It wasn't intended for that. We have our elected officials that we have to make sure they're taken care of. So if you want to extend and we're not here for fire tonight, we can deal with the ambulance here tonight, and we can go in the direction that everybody spoke out of. All the 2 people spoke against it, 3 people, we can get that resolved. But the fire is a whole nother thing, and I have to ask each and every one of you. You're going to have to talk to your legislators to get that changed, and that's tough. All right. Anybody else want to add anything? All right. Need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The public hearing is closed. Mr. Barnhart, if you would do the honors, please.
Make a motion to recess.
All right. We are recessed. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you all very much.